All right, I guess I'm live. Gotta wake up. Gotta wake up. Good morning, everybody. Sorry to take you away from your football, or perhaps it's the other way around. Football is taking you away from me. Railtown, we are now 16,999,000 shares. 16 million, 100,000 almost. So, if you look, not everybody has told me what they have, and I've probably missed some people. Not everybody, perhaps I don't know, 3 or 4 that I didn't record, maybe 5. And I've taken a couple of people off. So I think it's as close as we can get. But my point is, even if you take 100,000 off, we're at 16 million. And that is a really good position. So you guys have done a great job. And it gives you a lot of power, I think. And I think it's going to give you a lot of money, more importantly. Before I start, I want to apologize again to PJ. I did not intend, although I'm not disputing her, I did not intend to call her stupid. But I do apologize for calling her stupid. I did have pause to, why did I react that way middle of the night? And I think it's because some of her, I'm not going to put words in her mouth, but what I feel is some blame for those stocks, some blame, not all blame, but some. The MMTLP, the GTII, the Finger. She had one more. I think it was G-Bucks. That doesn't sound right. I can't quite remember the 4th one. But I did have Ham on my call for 2 or 3 years. He needed an audience. I think he attracts a lot of people. I put my credibility and my support behind him. And, I put my imprimatur on what he was saying. And I think people deservedly, like PJ, can say, well, I hope this stock isn't like those other ones, because I saw those other ideas on this channel. I think she has a point. Yeah, I wish I could remember the 4th one. All I remember is GTII. Oh, that was it. GTII, MMTLP, and Finger. But she had a 4th one. Maybe it was G-Bucks. As we go a little later in this, I'll try to go through why, or as I'm going through, I'll try to go through why Railtown is different. But one thing she's correct about is when we don't run the company, we expect that management, CEOs, board members see the peril in the U.S. markets and Canadian. And if those decision makers make bad choices, we pay the price. So she's correct even in that. So anyway, and I've had, I try to revisit all of my assumptions on Railtown, and try to get, what am I missing? Are these guys lying? Are they paying Frank Benedetto to churn money out of the market for his own benefit? Are they paying somebody to do that? Are they getting some hypesters in there so some core investors down at Dorado Beach can get in early and then sell out as everybody else is rushing in? I think about that, but my answer is I don't think that's happening here. Are they trying to manipulate the story, throw in the latest buzzwords? Have they paid somebody to turn on the computers on the buy side to offset the computers on the sell side? All they need is the hype of some retail stooges to come in, and then it'll catch, and maybe it'll run up 60 million shares and 10 points pre-market. All the people down at Dorado Beach can get out, and then everybody else is left holding the bag while the promise is it's going to go to 150. I don't think that's happening here at Railtown. One of your biggest clues is they haven't hired Ham. They haven't hired Benedetto. They haven't hired Borders. That's one of your biggest clues. I think some of the Dorado Beach guys are in the stock, but it doesn't seem like they've come in during the last months. So maybe they have access to information where they're not allowed to buy, or maybe they're involved in G-Bucks or GDC or ZJYL or MTEN or, go down the list. It's a very simple formula. They used to call it stock pools. Joe Kennedy made his fortune, his initial fortune doing it. Back about 100 years ago, a group of guys, it was the patriarchy was in full swing back then. Men ruled everything. They were in the middle of suppressing women, and now it's so much better. But it was guys that traded, your Jesse Livermores, your Joe Kennedys, you had the bucket shops, you had all of that. And what you would do, a guy like Joe Kennedy with friends breaking non-existent laws. Those laws didn't exist then. What he would do is get a bunch of his buddies. They'd all start to run up a stock. The stock would go from 10 cents to $2 to $10. And then he and his buddies would sell. And as all the public is coming in, the stock just accelerates to the upside. And there's no accident that it happened in the flush of a bull market going wild, which is what we're in right now. And as it ran up, Joe Kennedy would get out. Those were called stock pools. That's what the guys down in Puerto Rico try to do. They try to find a stock like a G-Bucks. We'll get Ham to tell everyone that it's coming out of Goldman Sachs. That's the ticket. Okay, that's one. We'll check that. Two, we'll get an offshore entity that nobody can track out of the Middle East. Okay, that's the ticket. Three, we'll do Bitcoin or Ethereum or something like that. That's a buzz. Okay, check that. Number four, we'll come up with a concept of acquiring real estate with high multiples, high dividends. And so we'll combine all this into a story where we've got Middle Eastern investors love it, and we'll bring in $200–300 million that goes into a real estate pool, but it comes from the sale of whatever it was called, Bitcoin, and there it's a U.S. company. It's got an app. Let's call it, I know, instead of just recognizing it as a wannabe Cash App that you can use with your phone, like Apple Pay, as if it's going to take over that. Why don't we call it an AI-based app? All right, it's artificial intelligence app, and it's got charity, and 20 companies already use it. Yeah, that's the ticket. What else can we put in the story? Well, why don't we put into the story that they're going to buy a gold company? Gold's in all the... Excellent, excellent. Put out the cigarette, pick up the phone, start calling around. Guys, we got the idea. So you come in like Joe Kennedy, you start buying the stock. I'm going to call Ham and have him start pitching it. He doesn't know better. Look, Ham's either like Mikey in those Life cereal commercials. I know, let Mikey try it. Or he kind of knows what he's doing. But my guess is he doesn't pay attention, so he doesn't know what he's doing. He's just an innocent stooge in the game. They call him up, hey, Ham, we'll give you some stock, or we'll sprinkle it around and we'll take care of you. Later on, we'll take care of you. Just start calling on this. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll have somebody call you who has an account at Goldman Sachs. That way you can say that you heard the story from Goldman Sachs. And then Ham gets going. And Ham doesn't stop. He's a hard worker. And he just gets that story running. But it's got all the buzzwords. It's got Ethereum. It's got Bitcoin. It's got high-yielding real estate. It's got billionaires. It's got the Middle East. It's got an AI app. And it's going to buy a gold company. And to top it all off, here's the biggest canard of all of these stocks that I used to believe, because I used to work on Wall Street. The biggest canard, it's got a huge short position, and a group of investors out of Dorado Beach, Singapore, and Hong Kong own the majority of the stock of the float. They own double the float. And if we do a reverse split, the Wall Street is going to have to buy it in. The shorts are being squeezed. That's how the refrain goes. Again, I think the politest way to recognize it is Ham doesn't himself recognize that the game's changed. I think Ham believes sincerely that he's fighting on the side of the good guys. He's fighting the shorts. But do you think Ham's read The Great Taking? I've read it to you. I'll read it to you again, not today. But do you think he's read this? Do you think he's read Susan Trimbath's book? I've read many parts of that to you many times. I'm not going to do it today. It's over there. I should have brought it over here. The Great Taking is a broader discussion than just short selling. So I doubt Ham's read it. Maybe he absorbs it while he's playing racquetball. But let me just read the first sentence of chapter 2 to you. Let me just read that sentence. There are no property rights to securities, stocks, held in book entry form. That's all of your stocks. You can't hold it physically anymore. In any jurisdiction. There are no property rights to securities held in book entry form anywhere. In the late 1960s, something called the Banking and Securities Industry Committee, BASIC, was formed to find a solution to the so-called paperwork crisis. Look, they process millions of airline tickets in every day without this need, but okay. It seemed the burdens of handling physical stock certificates had suddenly become so great that the New York Stock Exchange had had to suspend trading some days. So-called lawmakers, in other words, lobbyists working for the banksters, urged the government to step in. The BASIC report recommended changing from processing physical stock certificates to book entry transfers, electronic. Book entry transfers of ownership via computerized entries in a trust company, can you say DTCC, that would hold the underlying securities immobilized. They don't move. This trust company would develop the necessary computer and other systems so they created the DTC began operations in 1973. And then it spread around the world. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Security entitlement. The greatest subjugation in the world history has been made possible by the invention of a construct, a subterfuge, a lie, the security entitlement. Since the beginning of securities trading 400 years ago, financial instruments were recognized under law everywhere as personal property, which is where the name securities comes from. It may come as a shock to you, this is no longer the case. Essentially, all securities owned, so-called owned, by the public in custodial accounts, that's where you hold your certificates, pension plans and investment funds, are now encumbered as collateral underpinning the derivatives complex. You know how big that is? The derivatives? It's massive. I saw a number approaching 800 quadrillion. It's gigantic in derivatives. So all securities in public accounts are now encumbered as collateral to underpin the derivatives complex, which Bill Clinton made a law that didn't have to be regulated, or however you put the English on that. Under Bill Clinton, it was decided that derivatives needed no regulation. Secretary Rubin of the Treasury. I think he came from Citibank. I think that's where he came from. The illusion of collateral backing is facilitated by a daisy chain of hypothecation. That's just mimeographing additional shares that don't exist. Selling the same house to 20 people with one person living in it. The illusion of collateral backing is facilitated by a daisy chain of hypothecation and rehypothecation, such that the same underlying client collateral is reused over and over again by a series of secured creditors. Ownership of securities as property has been replaced with a new legal concept. Securities entitlement. Which is a contractual claim with a very weak position in the case of insolvencies. All securities are held in unsegregated pooled form. In other words, all securities are held in a big blob at the DTCC in the street name of the firm that you use in good faith to buy your certificates. All account holders, you and me, receive a pro rata share of residual assets. So in other words, you got this big blob of securities which are rehypothecated and rehypothecated and rehypothecated, but they also serve as a basis of collateral. What's after quadrillion? Quintillion? For 1 quintillion of derivatives worldwide. All you're left with is an unsecured claim as a percentage of that blob. Account providers, that's your brokerage firm. Your brokerage firm may legally borrow the blob of securities to collateralize prop trading and financing. They used to have the prop desks in-house. They're now called hedge funds. So they can legally borrow those shares, hypothecate, rehypothecate, and rehypothecate to their buddies over at hedge funds, collateralizing it, using your assets as collateral for their gambles. Are they going to buy themselves in? The brokerage firms are legally empowered to borrow the pooled securities, the blob, without restriction. There's no restriction on it. None. Which includes they can overborrow. There's no restriction. So why are they going to buy themselves in? Anyway, this is a very large book. I'm not going to read it all now. We've read it before. The Great Taking by David Rogers Webb. Look, I believe Ham thinks he's fighting the shorts. And he's doing a good job. He's always available to educate people, always available to walk the halls of Congress and to take meetings. But he has not adjusted his thinking, just like the gentleman who used to work at the American Stock Exchange had not. Just like myself. 2 or 3 years ago, I bought into the argument that Ham was suggesting. And it took me, actually, this book was referred to by David Morgan in, I think, his February, the Morgan report. That's where I first saw it. It might have been April. And I shared that with you all along. But you know what? His description in a few paragraphs made much more sense. It fit the evidence much more clearly than Ham's explanation. Now, that's not to say Ham has bad motivations. It just means that Ham is a cog in a wheel of creating these security pools like Joe Kennedy used to do 100 years ago. The United States elected Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who had his own dark sides and his own perhaps corruptions. But one thing that cannot be said by FDR, he was not bought and paid for by the banking system. I can't remember the exact words, but he challenged them directly and said they're gonna hate me, talking about the banks. And he said, I welcome their hatred. That's not Barack Obama. That's not Bill Clinton. I'd say Trump comes pretty close to it. When in one of the debates, he spoke ill of the banks, and he said, look, these are not good people. These are nasty people. I'm paraphrasing. But on the other hand, he seems his closest advisors are Larry Fink and Kushner and Witkoff and people who are banksters. Are Trump's closest advisors. So I don't know that we have anywhere in the government anyone that can stand up against the banking system. So we just have to ride it out. It's going to go to its conclusion, which unfortunately will lead to reactions that we've seen other times in history, which is essentially burn down the whole house. But a lot of these banksters are not American in the sense, of course they're American citizens, but they're not, their banks aren't American, and they own property everywhere in the world. They can up and leave the United States of America, and they will. So anyway, the way to play Ham's recommendations, because he does work hard, is act quickly, buy early. Like with, let's take G-Bucks. He started, in fairness to him, he started talking about it in November, December, a year ago. And I'm using approximate numbers. It was 75 cents. It might have been less. He said, I'm hearing something out of Goldman Sachs. I mean, if you listen to him, he tells you everything. So the thing to have done was number one, if you can assess, it's hard to assess. Is this one of his projects, or is this just one of the things he's throwing out there? Well, so you don't do it the first time he mentions it, but maybe by the third or fourth time, you say, you know what, I'm going to buy a little bit of that G-Bucks, and you pay 80 cents. And of course, as ever, anything that Ham recommends or I'm talking about or anything anybody's talking about in the retail space, the criminals love it because it's real money they can go steal. So like any stock, it takes a little while to get going. So you might have to ride it into January, into February, into March. So one thing we can offer is time. You know, the big institutions, big players, professional traders, they hear these tips from guys like Ham all day long. And they can hang up on them, hang up on them, hang up on them. And then finally the stock starts to move. They'd rather pay $1.50 for G-Bucks and have no opportunity cost in the trade because now it's on its way to 8. They'd rather pay double or triple because in the next few days they can double or triple their money. But you and I, we don't get those calls. We're not in enough deal flow. We don't have trading. We can't hear the trade that Monica just got a trade from Fidelity. We can't hear that Susan just quietly booked the biggest trade on the desk this morning, but whispers come around that Peter Lynch is making a run at a regional bank. We don't get that information. So we don't have stocks to hop to, hop. I would submit to you, Ham doesn't get that information anymore. He gets more than any of us because he's on the phone all the time. So I would say if you want to play Ham's ideas, the best way to do it is get in early. Don't listen to the $150. Don't listen to the $3,000. If you get into G-Bucks at 80 cents and it goes to $8, that's 10 times your money. What's wrong with that? It used to take a decade to make 10 times on your money. And now we don't like it in 3 months? Take it. Take it. There's a woman that runs her phone calls now on the West Coast. She's a professional trader. She can live with herself. I would argue she's, participating on a moral basis, she's participating in the hype to run these stocks up, but she's not actually the one doing it. And a lot of the information Ham shares with anybody. It's out on conference calls. So you can take advantage of it. But you buy G-Bucks at 80 cents when he first starts talking about it. And then he makes his hundreds of phone calls a day for the next 30, 45 days. And the stock's going to go up. Just like stock pools used to go up. It's all manipulated. Oh, there's 200 million coming in. They're buying a gold company. It's out of Abu Dhabi. They're going to have all this income. There's billionaires involved. Wow. Billionaires are so smart. And there's going to be a squeeze. They're going to buy in the shares. Let other suckers buy into that story. But in the meantime, play it for 5x, play it for 10x, play it for 3x, play it for a double. What's wrong with a double? And then listen to his conference calls and do it the next time. But don't buy into, like I did, frankly. I did it with finger motion. Finger went to $9. I said, oh, I'm sure the squeeze is coming. GTII went to $9. Oh, the squeeze is coming. But you know what? the system had a way out. They brought in 3 charm boys. One was the CEO. And they said, go to COSM. They took $35 million from you and gave it to some Greek CEO that has a shit-ass company. But it worked. It worked. Because you do not have the ability, nor obviously did I, to recognize that these are all manipulated stocks. They're meaningless, crappy companies, all of them. I think Finger escapes that definition, but because we'll get to Finger later on. We'll get to Finger later on. But they're all crap. They're all designed so that these computerized cell programs and these campaigns to steal from you can just harvest your money. COSM took $35 million out of the market. That paid the bankers, that paid the dead man, that paid Frank, that paid IR people. And it paid the shorts. And the Greek was probably moving money around like a whirling dervish. So if you want to trade Ham's ideas, you can make money. Just remember, Ham comes from a trading desk. Ideas were hot for a day, for a week, or until the next options expired. And the thing was, if you traded like you were on one of those desks, if you managed your money so that you never lost your wad of cash, you could always play the next idea. And you'd have 100 ideas come to you over a couple of months. Play 5 of them, you make money. Play all of them, but just get out soon. You lose on most of them, you win on some. But that's not what's happening when you get on the conference call with him. You're hearing about Finger going to 3,000, which is complete bullshit. I'm not saying Ham recognizes that it's bullshit, but it is bullshit. If you want to play finger motion, wait till next year, January, February, after they do a financing, which is going to come sure as day, and maybe you can do a trade. This past year, I said that, and everybody got mad at me. I think Ham walked away from me because of it. But the stock was $1.04. I said, you know, $1.10, $1.20. I said, you know, you might be able to make 2, 3, 4, 5x. This thing could go to $4, $5, $6, maybe $7. I wasn't completely wrong. But everybody's wanting to buy calls. I said, sell calls. Sell your stock. Oh, it's going to go to 3,000. Bullshit. It's not going to 3,000. So anyway, there's a way to make money with Ham. He is connected. But remember, what Ham gets involved with now, it's not what it used to be when he was on his desk. He could get one of the big takeover funds, a Mike Milken guy, could be doing greenmail, and it could be this whole wave of Wall Street buying. But that's not what it is anymore. It's stock pools. By its definition, if you're in early and then you got all the suckers to buy, the stock's going to go up, particularly if you pay off computers to turn on their buying programs. It goes up. You see 50 million shares trade before the market in a stock Ham had nothing to do with. Nixie, Ham had zero to do with that. That was another guy on Twitter. I'll leave his name out right now. You get 50, 60 million shares and the stock goes up pre-market, but you don't sell because you're out walking your dog. And by the time the market opens, it's down and then it comes all the way back down. It's a rigged game. It's stock pools. It's stock manipulation. They're all crap stocks. Every single stock Ham brings you, and I'm not picking on Ham. Every single stock Frank Benedetto brings you, and I'm not picking on Frank Benedetto. Every single stock that Dan Borders brings you, and I'm not picking on Dan Borders. They're all crap. Some might end up working out because they have smart CEOs, maybe, or they have a business idea that might eventually work. But look at one that was a good company, like that nuclear power one, or Tilo, a company I liked. I went and visited. They all are crap. Why? Because the American stock market is corrupt. And you think you're going to beat it listening to him? And I'm not picking on him. I'm not picking on him. I just think it's impossible. I think it's very Don Quixote, tilting at windmills. So anyway, is Railtown, Ham, a Benedetto, a Borders stock, and others? They're not the only ones out there. Is Rebecca Kurzweil another Ham? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. I do know, well, I think I know, in fairness, I think I know that nobody's been paid stock to promote this stock, Railtown, recently. Somebody must have gotten stock. What I mean is a human being. There was, well, what's the distinction between an IR company and a human being? I don't know. They did pay some marketing group out of London, and they paid another group somewhere here in North America over the last 18 months. I haven't really seen any effort from those people. So maybe that was a lost cause. It's normal. People sell you a line of crap and you buy into it. But my opinion is those marketing firms haven't started yet. And so come next year, they will. But, it's a valid question to ask. What did they get for, I remember, it was in the press release. I remember they allowed somebody in London, I think, to buy $500,000. Maybe that amount of money, I'm not remembering correctly, but some amount of money they were able to buy into an offering at a discount in exchange for marketing services with family offices and etc. I haven't seen anything. So I guess to summarize, I think PJ is correct to wonder, are we getting fooled again? Secondly, I forcibly no longer believe that Wall Street will cause stocks to squeeze by buying in failed to delivers. It's just a false premise. So the stocks like GTII, Finger, G-Bucks, and even MMTLP, every single one of those were purchased with the premise that there was going to be a short squeeze because Wall Street had to cover the stock that was sold and not delivered. We now know that from offshore, they can create trading in stock even when it's restricted, even when it's not available, like they did with MMTOP. We know now they can do trades offshore that the European Union doesn't even track. We know they can do trades here in the United States using dark pools and et cetera, that Ann Wagner, who runs the oversight committee, does not want an audited trail because she wants to protect your privacy. Try to get through an airport, protecting your privacy. Try to make a cellular phone call and protect your privacy. Try to buy anything with a credit card or Apple Pay and protect your privacy. Try to use an email and protect your privacy. Try to walk down the sidewalk that you walk by CCTVs and protect your privacy. You can't. Drive down the highway underneath the cameras, protect your privacy. But Ann Wagner wants to protect the greatest threat to your privacy by not having an audited trail of trades. And screw the consolidated. I hope it's every single trade, but she doesn't want it. Very powerful woman with a brain the size of half a hollowed out pea. The other thing in common with these other stories is there's no story there. The only story is a short squeeze. The only story is the greed that it's going to go to $3,000. Now, in fairness, and I'd even say this to PJ, but I don't direct it to her, I direct it to all of us. In fairness, did we really think when we're buying a stock for a short squeeze that there was no risk? Did we really think that? Did we really think that after GTII went from 40 cents to $9 that it was intelligent to hold on to it because it was going to be riskless, that there was going to be a squeeze? Or did we decide, you know what, I'm going to let it ride? Because, as Ham would say, this gives me the chance to make life-changing money. All is a gamble. Is it really fair to say we didn't realize we were gambling? And so we're going to blame other people? I'm not sure. But I'll tell you what. I used to think that training on Wall Street was kind of a joke because I always thought, there's plenty of good students in the world. I always thought I was a good student and I could study complicated things and learn them and enjoy the learning. And I didn't find anything I was being taught on Wall Street all that difficult. So I kind of, when I was young and I guess, I don't know, I don't think I was ever cocky, but young and, full of myself in that area anyway. I just thought, this isn't really training. This is just so simplistic. But I think there were things I learned. And one of the things that more than one person taught was if you have a strategy to trade and that trade didn't work, if you want to become successful, you have to examine your assumptions on that trade. Why did you get into it? What were you expecting to happen? What were the things that you thought were so good on that trade that it was going to work? And I think one of the things we all have to accept, including Ham, I don't think he's accepted it yet, but he's not the only person. This guy from the American Stock Exchange can't accept that things have changed. It took me a couple of years, a year and a half, whatever it was. But you know, when you get new information, you have to incorporate that in your strategy. And it's not like I've seen him meet with attorneys. I've seen him meet with congressmen and congresswomen. I've seen him make the effort in this fight. And you can't fault him for that. But at some point, your money, my money, becomes your responsibility, my responsibility. And you have to recognize there's a flaw in the theory that Ham operates under. Now, in fairness, I understand someone challenged him a couple of months ago that I wasn't agreeing, and his response was that William has his head up his ass. So I don't know where my ass is, but you can assume this head is up my ass. But, you know, so he's determined that he's correct. Well, that's fine. That's life. And that's his experience on Wall Street. But the changes that Bill Clinton made were in 1994. And they didn't take full effect for a decade or longer. It was only under Barack Obama, which I don't think he had anything to do with, maybe, but his administration might have, that Wall Street finally was able to get everybody on board that the securities in your account are all electronic. There is no such thing as physical securities anymore, in essence. So the premise is wrong, in my judgment. GTII was only a short squeeze story. That's all it ever was, with a lot of manipulation. And it turns out, if you listen to Richard Hoffman, and I think maybe luckily for some of the people involved in the manipulation, it turns out that the corruption started right at the head of the fish. MMTLP was a fraudulently created stock, not by the CEOs. It was a fraud created offshore, probably. Again, we can't know because Ann Wagner wants to protect your privacy. Finger, first and foremost, is a short story. But it had some compelling fundamentals. I think legitimately compelling. It has a good CEO, good group of investors. But this year, two things happened. At the beginning of this year, really in December last year, they did a financing through Roth Capital at approximately 40% discount from the market price. First, the price went up with all the charm buy talk. Your money drove it upward. And then Roth Capital came in, and they didn't do any hard work. They just called up the toad. %90 of the deal went to the toad. So the toad just shorted your stock from 280, and I'm sure he'd been shorting it all along. And he gave your money to Roth Capital at $1.50. It went from 280 by memory. It went from $2.80 to $1.50. And then the stock went to $1. Because the toad was damn sure going to try to break $1 and see if he could cause it to do a reverse split, because Finger Motion made the mistake of going to Jeff Easton. So then Finger Motion had a large hedge fund committed to destroying the entire market cap of Finger Motion. We don't care what the story is. We don't care how good it is. We don't care what the news is. Just keep selling. Sell, sell, sell. So that was one thing that happened. The other thing, for me, I mean, you're welcome to your own opinions, is that they did another financing in the spring, and the stock had been as high as $5.30, something like that. And that's when I knew that the management or whoever's making the decisions at Finger Motion, they're not in the combat mode. They're in the let's manage this paperwork mode. Let's make sure, everything, let's not roil the waters. For me, I said it back then, what I would have done is accepted a new deal from Roth Capital. I don't care if the toad went and did it, but I would have raised $20 or $30 million, or whatever, 15 million, in the spring this year, when the stock, let's say it was $5, let's say it was $4, let's say I missed the high let's say it was just at $4. I'd go do a deal with the toad via Roth Capital, get it done at 3.25, and take all the anger, the stock was 5 and you're doing it at 3.25. I'd do it. Why? Because then I'd have $15 or $20 million in my treasury. And why would I do that? Because I've been talking about how big the command and control contract is, the C2 contract. I could accelerate that mofo such that I could order vehicles and government contracts. I could take, if I raised 20 million, I could do 5 million right away that quarter. And then the next quarter, another 5 million. Then the next quarter, another 5 million. And then the following quarter, if I still needed it, another 5 million. And what does that set up? That sets up every 9 months revenue coming in. If they double the money or triple it, every 9 months, 10 million is coming in. Every 9 months, 10 million is coming in. But if I do it sequentially, quarter by quarter by quarter by quarter, then I start having 10 million every quarter coming in, and I'm self-funding, and I'm building a massive company. But they didn't do it. Why? I don't think they're a combat CEO. I don't think they're not General Patton. They're not even General Montgomery. I can't think of a general in World War II. They're more of a General McClellan. I think that's the guy that Lincoln rode out of Washington, D.C. and met at his encampment somewhere in Virginia, St. Petersburg or outside of Richmond. And he said, General, if you're not using your army, do you mind if I borrow it? That's more how I see the management at Finger Motion. Cautious, cautious, cautious. I think they missed. That was an inflection point that I think they missed. That's my opinion. That's because I see the capital markets the way I see them. So instead, what the company did was a small offering with insiders at around $1.50, $1.25. I can't remember the number. Under the market, by the way. The insiders didn't do it at the market or above the market. They wanted a deal, whatever it was, $1.50, $1.75, when the stock was $2.50. And guess what? I've done this a long time, not this, but I've raised money for companies a long time. And I've met investors over and over and over and over again. When they're working with a CEO and they say, I'm with you. What do you need? What do you need? I want to be there with you. And then the offer comes. They say, no, I want to do it if it's I mean, it's actually a real example. If the offer is 5 cents a share, comes back, no, I'll do it at 50 cents. I'll do it at, 5 cents a share. I'll do it at half a penny. Comes back, I'll do it at a penny. And the thought is, I'm getting such a good deal that the market isn't going to recognize that the CEO of the company just valued his whole company at a penny. The market catches on. And that's what happened with Finger. The market caught on, and here we are. But that's one aspect of it. The second aspect of it, it indicated to me that Finger Motion does not. So the first aspect is management is not in the let's take Berlin, let's go on to Moscow mode of General Patton. They're in the George McClellan mode of, hey, it looks a little dangerous. Why don't we just sit here by the campfire mode, protect our army. In other words, there comes times in corporate existence that the CEO has to take a calculated but enormous risk. I mean, you can think of Lee Iacocca and the K car. You can think of Stephen Jobs. You can think of, there's a number of examples. You put it all on the line. But they didn't do that. That kind of leadership does not exist at Finger Motion. After the spring. The second thing is, it could be that the C2 contract isn't really all that great. Because why wouldn't you take the money when the stock's $5 or $4 and fully fund the C2 contract, which was supposed to be exclusive, and it's supposed to be the entire country? Well, why wouldn't you take 20 million out of the market, even if it did come from the Toad? One reason is maybe it's not such a great contract. So you process that information, and I think you have to accept that Finger Motion is a company, at least for now, that everybody that works there is going to get their salary paid and their health benefits. But I do think Finger has a future. I do think Finger has a dedicated group of investors. I do think they have access to government officials that very few companies have. Look, they make 35 million a year in revenue. They lose money, but they make the 35 year in revenue. Some of their losses come from their dedicating capital to their cloud and dedicating capital to their laboratories for turning data into insurance contracts, for example. So there is upside, and it could, if they ever got one of those contracts, the upside could be quite rapid. But until then, it's a crowded field, top-up business. The burn rate is high. There's nothing unique in their suite of products like AI, although I think AI would help finger motion. So I think finger motion is a stock that you put aside and wait until the financing comes through. Wait till you have a little bit more information. But this idea that finger motion has 250 million shares short, or I heard a number at 400 million, and therefore there's going to be a buy-in and it'll go to 3,000. I don't know. I mean, I don't use drugs, but you got to be inhaling something to believe that. And then G-Bucks we already went through. So these four companies, GTII, TLP, Finger, and G-Bucks, were all short squeeze stories. Railtown's not a short squeeze story. All right, I'm going to get off of that subject. And I do apologize for PJ for calling him stupid. I don't remember ever using those words, but clearly whatever words I did use came across that way, so I sincerely apologize. And it's unfair of me. It's wrong of me. Okay. Now let's talk about the next thing I want to talk about. Problem is, I've got to go through your comments first, because if I go to the things I wanted to show you, I'll lose your comments. Let me go to your comments first. I made a decision. I think Railtown is, without realizing it, it looks like Railtown is going to be as to quote Comey, who went to my school, who I can't stand. But he said something that this is not the hill I would die on. It looks like Railtown's going to be the hill I die on. And it looks like I've already died on it. So I've been going through quite a bit of angst, I guess, or uncertainty. And I've decided, screw it. We're just going to go forward. We're going to fight. We are going to go take the next bridge, the next city, and we're going to keep going through Berlin on to Moscow with Railtown. That's what I'm going to do. I don't care who's on my side, who isn't. If I've pissed some people off, all I can do, I slapped a couple of soldiers, I can get up and make a half-hearted apologies, or I can make a sincere one, which I have tried to do. But regardless, I'm just a human being. I make a lot of mistakes, but I'm going to keep moving forward. We're going to win in Reeltown. And as many of you want to come with me, come with me. And then we're going to set up a company, and we're going to fund the gold company, and we're going to fund income oil and gas projects, and we're going to get into deals as if we are worth 50, 100, 200 million dollars, because collectively we're going to be. And we're just going to move forward. And I'm not going to have any moments of doubt and uncertainty anymore myself. All right, let's go through your comments. Alpine ski day. I'm jealous. I need to get my legs strong again, which I'd like to do. If I had the money, I would buy a little lodge somewhere. Anyway, I'd love to ski. I'm getting old for it, but it's something I always enjoyed. Good for you. I hope you're enjoying it. Nothing's ever easy. T. Alex. Good morning. Hey, Steve. Eric Bellinger, jealous, hoping to be out there in 2 months. Bama Lake wants us to spend more time on MMTLP. Look, Bama, I never recommended MMTLP. I did put up videos where early on I really thought that there was going to be a settlement, or they might even let it start trading again. I walked the halls of Congress. I joined in on a lot of space calls. I challenged people on space calls. I cooperated, all that. And I don't know what you want me to say, Bama Lake. That's different. MMTLP was the rump end of a reverse merger orchestrated between MMAT and Torchlight. Torchlight became a shell company for purposes of that reverse merger so that MMAT could become a NASDAQ-listed company, because they think Adina Friedman actually gives a damn, which she doesn't. George Pekanlalos, or whatever his name is, a inventor of nanotechnology type companies, had no idea, being Canadian, he had no idea how to run an oil and gas company based in the Delaware Basin or the Oro Grande Basin of Texas. So he spun off the assets of Torchlight into a private spinoff not to be traded, given to all shareholders. But guess what? That caught out the shorts in Torchlight, and probably shorts in MMAT. They couldn't deliver those shares. They couldn't deliver the asset, the unknowable asset. And for a heartbeat, they were scared. So what did they do? You know all this. Why do you waste my time? They got somebody in Frankfurt, for example, to sell a share of MMTLP on the Chicago exchange. That gets it trading. They went online and they took filings that the CEOs had made elsewhere, and they submitted this to the corrupt FINRA, the corrupt SEC, for trading approval. And the criminals got a private stub issuance to trade. Now, you didn't buy it for an investment. You bought it because you heard it was going to squeeze like GME or AMC. So you bought it. I heard about it when it was 80 cents, when it was $2, when it was $1.50. You better buy this, you better buy this. I said, doesn't sound right. I was wrong. It went to 8. But where did I buy it? I bought it at 8, the day before, or 2 days before. I never recommended buying it. But I did think that what happened was wrong. And I still think that the system, if it worked properly, would pay something. But Bama Lake, what are they going to pay? Have you ever done a lawsuit? Have you ever been involved with lawyers? Lawyers have very obtuse thinking. Attorneys, very obtuse. Very narrow. It's all about what's entered into evidence and accepted as evidence. You know what isn't evidence? You know what is not evidence? Oh, there would have been a short squeeze. That's not evidence. I mean, there's an argument that there were some trades done at 2,400 and higher that Friday morning. Or was it Thursday morning? I can't remember the day. The 9th. But it's not evidence unless they let that information in, which so far they haven't let it in. Those trades were reverse. And Jessica Hopper, under her authority, invoked an obscure rule with the approval of Gary Gensler to halt trading. Do you know what else is not evidence? My shares are worth $8. That's not evidence. If you paid $8 like I did, it's just a bad and overpriced stock. You know what else is not evidence? Oh, the Oro Grande is going to have $30 a share of oil, which I may have said at some point, because I believe the Oro Grande has that kind of upside. Not without risk, but that's not evidence. Oh, if they had allowed it to trade, I would have made $1,000 a share. That is not evidence. Due diligence got you to not transfer your shares to the transfer agent, Xfinity or whatever it's called, because he argues, oh, they owe you something, you're entitled, and you don't need to do anything. Completely idiotic advice. But you listen to it. Or maybe not you personally, but out of 160 million shares, last I heard, about 60 million shares transferred and the rest haven't. So when Greg McCabe goes to Congress or goes to the regulators, his dick is in his hands because he can't tell them, I've got all the shares represented here. Because people listen to this dickhead, Double D. But you listen to him. You listen to him. And then I've got to answer this over and over and over again. So what did Double D accomplish? He got time. He bought time. He bought time. And he bought time. And he bought time. Was he paid? I have no idea. I've heard he was, quite largely. But whatever. I don't know it for a fact. So I'll give you some evidence, Bamalake. I'll give you some evidence. I'll give you some evidence. You want some evidence? What are the shares of MMTLP worth? Well, Your Honor, it was just a placeholder. They expired, and it was noticed on the website. They expired 3 years ago, worthless, or whatever number of days. That's evidence. Well, did the brokerage firms not fulfill any requests to exchange the shares of MMTLP into Nextbridge Hydrocarbons? Well, no, Your Honor. In fact, the brokerage firms have fulfilled every request that's been made. That's evidence. So I'm to understand that we're here arguing about something that never happened? Well, that's right, Your Honor. We've always, any request we've received, we've transferred to the transfer agent and given shareholders Nextbridge. Well, now let me be clear. So that's evidence. Let me be clear. Is this something like due diligence says that the brokerage firm has to do? Or is it something that the shareholder does? Well, Your Honor, on the FINRA website, the fact sheet that's available to everyone, and everyone here is quite engaged, so I'm sure they read it, it is the requirement that the shareholder initiate the process of moving MMTLP to Nextbridge. It's not the brokerage firm? No, Your Honor, it's the shareholder. That's evidence. Well, let me ask you, how many shares still remain? Well, Your Honor, we left the window open for 3 years, and we're closing it now. But through the end of that 3-year period, there still remain 90 million shares available of Nextbridge. And so people didn't claim those shares? No, Your Honor. They tell me that a guy on Twitter, it's a weird name, Drew Diligence, told him not to move the shares. And so they're listening to him. Well, okay, but does he have any standing with the company? No, Your Honor. Does he speak for the company, Nextbridge? No, Your Honor. Does he speak for any brokerage firms? No, Your Honor. Does he speak for MMAT? No, Your Honor. Does he speak for MMT? Well, there is no company MM. So who does he speak for? Well, Your Honor, I think he's just giving free advice on Twitter that people are, well, then we can agree that his advice has no standing here. If you want to bring a separate lawsuit against him, I'll consider it, but that's not in the purview of this case. You're right, Your Honor. Let's move on then. So we now know there's extra shares, 90 million shares of NextBridge available. Let me understand something. When people purchased the MMTLP, what was it they were buying? Well, Your Honor, they had a right to convert their MMTLP into one share, one for one basis of NextBridge, the private company. Was there anything else? No, Your Honor, that's it. Well, why are we here in court? So another piece of evidence. What Wall Street owes you is one share of NextBridge for every share of MMTOP. Well, why are we here then? Well, Your Honor, there's been, our contention is that Wall Street owes us a short squeeze. I've never heard of such a thing. What do you mean? Explain yourself. Well, if they hadn't halted trading, there would have been a short squeeze. Well, how do you know that? Well, we have some trades here that went off at 2,400 and some higher that were reversed. Yeah, but how do I know there'd be a squeeze if the stock traded on Friday and Monday? Well, Your Honor, it's a good indication. Well, let me ask the other side there. Why did you halt trading on Thursday? Well, Your Honor, Thursday was the last day to buy the stock for it to settle in time before MMTLP expired worthless. Is that true? Well, Your Honor, that is true regular way settlement, T+2, but technically, clients, if they know how, they can go in and trade the stock on shortened settlement. Well, do they have a right to trade on shortened settlement? It's debatable, Your Honor. Did FINRA have the right to stop trading? Well, there's a rule. They followed a rule, Your Honor, that's in their bylaws. Did the SEC approve? Well, we have emails where Gary Gensler approved it. So it's safe to say that FINRA had the authority to stop trading. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so that's evidence. So what's the argument for the short squeeze? Well, we believe that everybody deserves $1,000 a share. I saw it on Williams' chart that he drew 3 years ago. Oh, so you're asking the court to rule how many shares are outstanding? 165. You're asking the court to create a liability that could take down a brokerage firm. Yes, ma'am. There should have been a squeeze. Well, I see. I've never heard of such thing. I'm not going to rule in favor of a short squeeze. Aren't short squeezes when there's temporary imbalances? There's no temporary imbalance now. Everybody can go get their shares of NextBridge. They can still do it. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to lift your mandatory shutting down of the transfers. Well, Your Honor, we left it open for 3 years. That's plenty of time. Well, I'm going to reopen it. And I'll let anybody that wants to move their shares over. And I'm going to mandate that Drew Diligence can no longer give advice. Is he qualified to give advice on this? Well, Your Honor, he runs a real estate firm or something out in California. Yeah, but what's his standing? He has no standing. Well, he can't give advice. The only source of advice comes from this court. It's simple. That's it, Bama Lake. Well, Your Honor, if you don't give us the squeeze, we want you to give us the value that would have been created, but if Nextbridge had had the money to drill the Oro Grande. Well, wait a minute, that's speculative. How do you know what they would have drilled? Would they have drilled in the right places? Would the wells have come in under cost and under budget? Would they have hit watered out? What? That's speculative. I can't entertain that. Well, then, Your Honor, we want you to return everybody's money. What? Are you arguing that people took a speculation to get a short squeeze that didn't happen? If there were going to be a short squeeze, why didn't it happen before the Thursday? Why do you assume it would happen on the Friday and on the Monday? I can't do that. Well, Your Honor, we think you should at least give us our court costs back. All right, I run a quasi mafia here for attorneys and judges. I'll sort out. I'll get the brokerage firms to pay your legal fees. Will you settle the case then? Yes, Your Honor, but we have to give something to the investors. Well, I'm not going to give them their money back. I'm not going to give them a short squeeze. I'm open to your proposals. Well, Your Honor, I think what we could do is give them free trading in their account for the next 10 years. Okay, free trading, that's fine. I'll agree to that, and I'll pay your legal fees. All right, case closed. We'll move on. Now, where's the other source you could get money? Bama Lake? Congress? No, you're not getting any money from Congress. Where else? There's going to be an uprising of journalists? No. The only other place you might get money is fraud. And fraud would possibly be Fidelity, possibly be TradeStation, and almost definitely is FINRA. If Wes Christian or this guy that everyone loves, but he's really only looking out for himself, in my judgment, Mark Bazile, are able to win on fraud, those guys are going to become billionaires. Wes Christian, Mark Bazile. What's left over for you might be 40 cents a share 15 years from now. But keep bringing it up, Bama Lake. It's a very useful topic to bring up. You're not going to get any money from MMTLP. I lost $44,000. I've written it off in my head. I'm going to write it off on my taxes, and I do not expect to get anything back. If you want to make your money back on MMTLP, the best way to do it, in my judgment, if you have some capital, let me use my example. If I can buy 10,000 shares, which I have in my IRA, it's in my IRA, of course, it's not in anything I can spend it, but if I have 10,000 shares of Railtown, and it cost me 44 cents, I spent $5,000 on it. If Railtown goes to 440, I've made my money back on MMTLP. I'm going to move on. Kenneth Martin, my new total will put you. All right. All right, Kenneth Martin. You know, Bama Lake, the problem is on all of these stocks, we were seduced by the idea of short squeezes because AME and GMC went up. And in that froth, the stock pool game came in, and all the rules are against you. The attorneys are owned by the hedge funds and the criminals and the banks. So you can hold out. I don't know, you've already spent 3 years waiting. Wait till you're my age, Bama Lake. It's the life well lived. I would write it off and move on. MMTLP is worthless. I think the other thing is you can move it over to NextBridge, and I think Greg McCabe is as good a chance of making money in the next cycle of commodity movement. It'll take 5 years, 10 years, but you'll make all your money back and more if he can do what he wants to do. But anyway. I think, Kenneth, that's great. 33,248 is a great number. Richard. All right, I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it with, I can't make that microphone work. All right, Jeremy Bottle, what's with finger? I've been on a while. Well, you know what, Jeremy, with all respect, if you don't care about your finger, I don't care either. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the question. My understanding is something big is coming. If I had to guess, they'll join the latest craze. It'll be putting Bitcoin in their treasury, which is a nonsense craze. But everybody does it. Stocks go up. I think it's bogus. I think Finger is going to do a financing. I think it'll be done at $1.25 or lower, and I think it'll be done in December. And then whoever takes the stock will try to drive it down to $1. Doesn't mean you can't make money in Finger next year after that all settles out. I think Finger has an excellent chance if out of the blue one of the insurance contracts come in. I think Finger has a great chance if the C2 contract, actually the one they did with last year's money, rolls over. But I suspect it's not that big. It's not going to have that big of an impact. So I figure Finger's going to do 35 million in revenue again and lose money. That's all I'm going to say. You've been gone a while. You've obviously written Finger off in your mind. So sorry for the short shrift, but you don't care. I don't care. Carolina, Denaro is predicting 52 to $1.05 in 9 to 18 months. Tony Tiptoe the Tiger. Carolina, I love your dog. I love your dog. I think your dog would allow somebody to hug her. I think. That's a happy dog. Carolina, I think Tony Tiptoe the Tiger, I think his prediction is silly. And if you're in Railtown right now at 35 cents, because that's where we all are, regardless of what we paid for it, we're all in it now at 35 cents. I'm not talking about your cost. I'm talking about what it's worth today. If you're in it for 35 cents and you're predicting 52 cents to $1.05 9 months from now, 18 months from now, that is just a stupid recommendation. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It's just, I don't know why he even bothers. I think it's much more likely that those targets will be met within 5 weeks or 6 weeks, let's say, because of the holidays. Within 6 weeks, I think that range is far more likely than a year and a half from now. You might as well not listen to him. It's just a silly waste of time. Hi, Donna. Happy Sunday. Ward Richardson says hi to Donna. Oh, and you are warm down there. F football. F pro sports. It's a distraction. Yeah. Hello, Ward. It's 70. Wow. 73 degrees in Umatilla, Florida. Wow. It's cold up here. It's cold up here. Stock and gambling life wants to distract you. Guys, if you want to go follow this stock and gambling life, his title says it all. I'm not here about gambling on stock to stock. I don't want to be in stock pools. I don't want to be in the next hot stock. I don't care about this one. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It doesn't make a difference to me. If you want to follow it, I've left it up long enough that you can try to follow him. Vic Songwriter, when is finger squeezing? How about never? Does never work for you? It's never going to squeeze. The only way finger will squeeze, Vic, is if somebody on the long side cheats, breaks the law, and pays a trading desk in the Cayman Islands or the Bahamas or somewhere, let's say $5 million, to turn their computers to buy. So they have a computer program, the Flashboy program, that tilts slightly to the buy side, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The selling will go on from the Toad and elsewhere that's been going on for 5 years. So you're going to have a buy side Flashboy computer set to automatic and a sell side Flashboy computer set to sell, going all around the world, using all different exchanges and different accounts and different names, trying to create the illusion of real trades. It won't work. So then the longs, in a further collusion, further cheating, they put up $50 million with the trading desk in the Cayman Islands or the Bahamas. And that guy who's just been bribed $5 million, which is illegal, they start trading the $50 million. So there's real buying coming in. Buy, sell, buy, sell. Instead of the shorts selling stock that doesn't exist and buy it back, These guys try to buy stock and then sell it up, quick profits, and do it over and over and over again, using the 50 million they have as a backstop. Well, if into that milieu, Finger Motion can announce that Pacific Life Free just signed a contract to ensure 1 billion people in China on behalf with General Xi. So if you had big out of the left field news and you have cheating on the long side, and then the final ingredient, you need charm boys to start causing buying. So the stock goes from $1.50 to 7 to 10 to 12 to 15, and there's the volume coming in, and then the algorithms on the sell side computer give up and say, we better buy back in. We don't have the wherewithal to survive this. So those computers, it's like a stop loss. They start buying in. You might get a spike to 50. You might get a spike to 150, to whatever the hell. But you won't get out. You'll be hearing 5,000. But Wall Street will call up Stevie Cohen, call up Ken Griffin, call up some other fund. They'll go get some guy to bring to you a stock that has some contracts, and they have stores in Europe, Africa, and Asia, and they have some Bitcoin, and they're going to do some charitable deeds for the Indians up in Manitoba, and they're going to help out some kids down in Costa Rica. It's a great story, and they might stop it that way, or they'll stop it the way they did with GMC and AME. They'll just go and start putting pressure on from 250 downward, and then they'll do the same thing. You've seen it. You've seen it. Finger is not going to squeeze. And if you're still chasing it, you deserve what comes to you. Adalap the third. Hey, William, can I buy your Nextbridge shares? Everything comes down to price. But I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if that would make sense for you to do. I mean, you would have to sign a release. I would have to sign a release so that if the stock, in 5 years was worth $25, that the stock is actually in your name. But $2.90 a share. I'd consider it. I'd consider it. Depends on how quickly you can settle. Because you're right. That's what I would do with it. Send me your proposal. Send me your proposal. Because I'm not in the strongest financial position right now. And I do have the physical shares, so it's fair and balanced at Gmail. I do have the physical shares, so I can send them to you. I can sign them over to you. Phil Haynes, you can buy mine. Adele, not tax advice. The 44,000 you lost on Hamilton, you can only, I know that. It's only worth 3,000 against income. That's true. But it's worth 100% write-off against gains, which I don't have right now. So in about 14 years, the 44,000 will be written off. Adele, Phil Haynes, how many shares of Exbridge do you have? Is it all in the EST in your name? 465, not enough. I need at least 5,000 to make it worth my while. All right. Jacqueline says you can buy some of hers. All right. I want to go on to, I'll leave that up for a second. I want to go on to something else. It's going to say I have too many files. Okay, let me take that down. Jacqueline, he's asking how many do you have? On Friday, yesterday, I learned, I think Thursday from, I think it was Neil that said that Railtown, they just have 3 workstations as their headquarters, for their for their executives, which I actually like. I think that's great that they're don't overspend on corner offices and all that. I think it's fantastic. But one could debate whether they should pour money into more administrators, and we could debate that, but it's already happened. So the AIP deal is now done. I mean, we kind of lost that debate. You could argue that just having such a small staff and whatever, maybe it could have been handled differently to speed that up, but it's over with now. But anyway, yesterday, my contention is there's a lot of paperwork to get done. And this past week, I've suggested to you maybe earnings are due. But there was one thing filed yesterday which if they just have one or two guys working on it, probably took all day or a couple of days to get done. So maybe this explains why some of the other potential news, which none of us know for sure, why things have been on hold. But yesterday, Railtown filed its monthly progress report with the Canadian Stock Exchange. And there's a couple of things I want you to notice here. This helps us know a number. The number of outstanding listed shares is 194,146,904. So that's a bit higher than it was before. But you know what it isn't? It did not get destroyed. It did not get destroyed by a toxic financing. So that's good. That's good news. So we've got 194 million in shares. This monthly progress report must be posted before the opening of trading on the 5th trading day of each month. This report is not intended to replace the issuer's obligation to separately report material information forthwith upon the information becoming known to management or to post the forms required. They take material information seriously. If material information became known and were reported during the preceding month to which this report relates, this report should refer to the material information, the news release date, and the posting date of the exchange website. This report is intended to keep investors and the market informed of the issuer's ongoing business and management activities which occurred during the previous month. Do not discuss goals or future plans unless they have crystallized to the point that they are material information as defined in policies. The discussions in this report must be factual, balanced, and non-promotional. See that word? Non-promotional. Here's the general instructions. Use the format below. Look at this number. I'm going to show you in a second. So this is the bold is what Paul Woodward has written in his report. During the month of November, the team continued to add functionality to the platform by developing features and revamping marketing efforts. Now, that sounds exciting. Currently, over 1,200 companies / users on the platform. Well, that's an interesting number for a couple of reasons. People are using their technology. And it's a pretty large number for vertical software. Remember, this isn't ChatGPT. So it's an interesting number. I'm going to show you in a second it's about 250 companies / users more than they had a year ago. On the negative side, where's the revenue from all this? I don't know. These could just be beta testing, and they don't pay a lot of revenue. I don't know the answer. All right, so the platform. They finished version 1 of observability and error tracking for AI agents. They finished version 1 of software as a solution data connectors to the Conductor platform, which will allow the building of agents that can gain access to enterprise data. They finished new project type, AI agent, to better support agentic project observability. They're working on this SOC 2 audit. I don't think they should have a problem there, but it's interesting. I guess they have to do it every year. And then they're working on the Rail engine. So that's the universal retrieval and ingestion engine for RAG applications. I forget what that was. Random access goop. I forget what RAG is. Connect external data to large language models, no matter the source, using Railtown's universal retrieval engines for large language models to access unstructured data from any source. Build RAG applications on user data. Railtown's universal retrieval engine has pre-built connectors to ingest unstructured data from any source, which is a pretty good thing. Railtown ingestion pipeline allows developers, devs, to send data by event or in batches, and allows the team to run multiple cleaning and transformation steps to the data before it is saved in a unified database structure that will allow teams to interact and create RAG applications / automation on top of the data. It's all pretty detailed discussion of technology and improvements. It leaves unsaid, is somebody beating them to the punch? And certainly on some of the new parts, down here, I don't think it's all new, but up here, that's a legitimate question. They're working on Azure, that's Microsoft Azure DevOps 1, Click integration with multiple board support. So obviously they don't quite have that yet. And then AI, they're working on the next set of features and feedback. They're adding a multimodal support system, adding a vector store support system, adding evaluation and testing support. They did a joint hackathon. That's a web-based developer, I don't know, training, test driving, group, I guess, group of developers, just to show off, just to show their product. So they did a hackathon with Amy in Edmonton for building agents using Railtown Agent Development Kit, which is Railtracks. It all sounds very good. It's a lot of progress. They are working on things, but still left unsaid, of course, was there a risk? Is there a risk? And certainly there is a risk, but did it happen that somebody's beating them to the punch? So management continued to exercise oversight over technical work and corporate matters. And we left the legal side to chance. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So anyway, not applicable, not applicable. Describe any new businesses. During the month of November, Railtown announced a collaboration with TELUS Corp, whereby Railtown will deploy advanced agentic software development solutions through TELUS's sovereign AI factory. That sounds pretty specific and pretty exciting. The collaboration also extends to provide sovereign AI access to Railtown AI's broader ecosystem of Canadian software companies and affiliates. This also sounds pretty exciting. The collaboration is going to extend sovereign AI access. I read that as other Canadian companies to Railtown's ecosystem of AI companies and affiliates, which they just bought, empowering them, the Canadian companies, with secure domestic AI computer capacity as an alternative to foreign cloud platforms. To me, now maybe I'm getting overly excited, that is a pretty bold statement that in order for Canada to keep their data and their technology and their brain power in Canada, the Canadian customers of TELUS are encouraged to move from their hosting elsewhere to TELUS. Brand new sovereign AI factory. I think, and at the same time, use Conductor as the interface. I think it's pretty good. This initiative supports the growth of Canada's AI ecosystem by ensuring Canadian innovations benefit Canadian companies and developers first. So it seems like there's a strong collaborative effort to use both TELUS and, by extension, as it relates here anyway, to use Conductor. I may be overemphasizing it. All right, describe any acquisitions. During the month of November, the company announced the closing of its previously announced, more than once, proposed amalgamation transaction with AI Partnerships Corp. On November, they announced the closing on November 26th. So it's not too long ago, the transaction. The transaction closed pursuant to an amalgamation agreement. The amended amalgamated agreement entered into among the company, a wholly owned subsidiary of the company, and AIP, as announced on October 8th. The amended agreement was announced on October 8th, the amalgamation agreement. So we can certainly see that this transaction has been fully disclosed. Under the terms of the transaction, Railtown acquired all of the outstanding shares of AIP from the holders thereof in exchange for 49,476,251 common shares. Now that's instead of 50 million. So they not only did the short selling strategy of causing companies to issue more shares fail, the fact is the company issued somewhat fewer, about 0.5% fewer, which is something, it's not huge, but it's something. And this represented an exchange ratio of 2.348 to 1 for the AIP shares. The consideration shares that's what's being issued, the 49 million, are subject to escrow and contractual restrictions on transfer as follows. Approximately 10 million of the 49 million shares, the consideration shares, are placed in escrow upon closing of the transaction. And that 10 million shares spread across all shareholders are subject to release or cancellation as follows. 1 million of the escrow shares, again, pro rata across all shareholders, will be subject to cancellation for no consideration in the event Railtown makes an indemnification claim prior to the date that is 12 months from the effective date, with 1 share of consideration stock being canceled for every $0.50 of Railtown's claim. So this, to me, is roughly $500,000 worth of potential claims. What would come into that? I think legal fees, filing fees, research fees, those kind of things. And then 50% of this 10 million shares net of any shares that were canceled will be eligible for release. So half of that 10 million shares, roughly 5 million shares, will be eligible for release from escrow when Railtown records annual recurring revenue from the affiliate network equal to or greater than $1 million from the effective date to the date that is 36 months from that effective date. So essentially, they will release 50% of these shares if the networks do $1 million in revenue for Railtown in the next 3 years. And the remaining 50% of that 10 million shares will be eligible if the network does 2 million. So very low numbers. So essentially the 10 million shares will become eligible for release after the company does $2 million worth of business from the network companies within the first 3 years. Very low bar. So these shares, once they're eligible for release, the 10 million will be released upon the satisfaction of those milestones is so low, so it will happen. But it won't happen before 18 months. So they become eligible to be released, but it won't happen for a year and a half from now. And it will happen by 3 years. So that's for 10 million shares. All other key shareholder shares received by the key shareholders are placed into escrow on the effective date and released in equal quarterly installments during the 36 months following the effective date. So the other 40 million shares will be released in equal quarterly installments during the 36 months. So that's 3 years, that's 12 installments, with 10% of the 40 million being released on the effective date. So some of the shares are immediately released. So 10% would be 4 million shares, if I'm reading this correctly. All other consideration shares. All right, so that's just for the key shareholders. So I don't know if it's 4 million, but the key shareholders aren't going to sell. Those are the insiders. All other consideration shares are subject to a restriction they have 10% of such shares being released as of the effective date. So everybody gets 10% of their shares, which I think it was disclosed that they paid 15 cents and the stock is priced at 50 cents. So they get a chunk of their money, their original investment back. And the remainder is going to be released in 6 equal installments of 15% on a quarterly basis in the first 18 months. So all the other consideration shares, not the 10 million and not the shares held by the key shareholders, are going to be released over the next 18 months. So you could argue that there will be some stock available for sale. I would say 52% of the 50 million is closely held, so that's 25 million. 5 million of that would be in the escrow shares, so that's about 20 million shares that will be distributed approximately in 6 equal installments of 15%. So about 3 million every quarter is going to be distributed for the next 18 months. The amalgamation agreement was negotiated at arm's length between representatives of Railtown and AIP. In connection with the execution of the amalgamation agreement, shareholders of AIP holding approximately 51.24% of the outstanding shares of AIP have entered into voting support agreements with Railtown and AIP in support of the transaction. A bunch of NAs. Okay, now I've suggested to you that the company has cash and they're not going to need to take a toxic financing. Well, during the month of November, they raised $350,000 US. It looks like US, by warrant exercises. And then they also issued these shares. But anyway, so in November, and I'll show you this in a minute, the company's not going to need to raise money. And you're going to be glad that they only have 3 workstations and that they don't have a lot of salaries to pay right now. Maybe things go more slowly, but they don't have to issue a lot of stock to pay salary and overhead. A bunch of NAs. And then this undersigned certificate of compliance is signed on December 5th by Paul Woodward, the CFO of the company. And this is what the final page says. It has the main number for the company and the address. Now I want to show you this. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but I want to show you that money will be coming in every month. It came in November. It came in October. I even think there was a little bit in September. I'm not sure. I might have copies of that, but I just want to show you what's still pending. On December 7th, about 500,000, 600,000, 700 even, will come in. December, that's Monday, or that was, it'll be Friday. November 16th, Lavender put up that it was 42 cents. I think it was 30 cents, but I don't know. Anyway, then look here in January, right under November. There's going to come in at least $1.5 million in January. In February, there's going to come in at least $2 or $3 million, $2.5 million. In March, it'll be less, 250,000, maybe 200,000. And then the next time is June. But there's plenty of money coming in the next months that they can bridge to the point where other revenues are coming in. And that is a strong point, both arguing in favor of only having a small administrative staff. Yes, it complicated getting AIP finished, but it allows the company to run lean on its costs while it gets to generating revenue. I think it's a good call, even though I've shown my frustration. What the hell do I know what they're doing? I would have flown into Toronto and met with the regulators, probably to no avail, but I would have felt like I was doing something. All right, let me show you. Let me show you this. I was going to show you every month, but I think I'll just show you. I think I'll just show you 1 month. This is January of 2024's report. Do you see it? Currently 950 companies. So basically a year ago, they reported 950 companies, users on their platform. Now we know that when it was 950, that it didn't generate a hell of a lot of revenue. I think no revenue is probably closer to accurate than any revenue. So it might have been beta testing. But I just showed you that yesterday he filed that it's over 1,200 companies. So in a year, now I don't know the magnitude. I don't know if it really is a big revenue number, but we do know that they added as many as 250 companies to their user base. Now, were some of those companies one-man shops, one-woman shops? Yeah, maybe. We just don't know. But it is growing. That's all I wanted to show you. It is growing. Okay, now I want to show you yeah, let's do that. So we have, remember when I told you that there's some variables when you're at home doing your calculations? We now know that the outstanding shares are 194 million. We also know, and if you'll forgive me, I'm not going to bring it up again, but those employee options and warrants, they added to just over 30 million. So if you add 31 to 194, we now know that there's 225 million, as a rough approximation, shares fully diluted outstanding for Railtown. So we now have the denominator in any of our calculations. That's pretty good to know. And I would argue to you that the company is not going to spend over time. I do not think they'll spend more than 175 million shares. And frankly, I don't think they'll get anywhere close to that. But I think that would be the upper limit of what they would spend on acquiring the affiliates. Why? Because that's how Railtown would control the majority ownership of its own subsidiary. That might be flaccid thinking on my part, but at least that approximation makes sense to me. But I don't think they're going to spend that much, because they're going to wait till the stock is $5 or higher before they start rolling up companies. And I've got some information, doesn't back up that $5 price, but it backs up some of what I'm thinking. All right, let me show you this. Who are the largest shareholders of Railtown Technologies? As of recent data, Marwan Haddad owns 20 million shares, 66,000. Corey Brandolini owns 17,354,000. I just ran this today. It could be off, of course. Paul Woodward owns 2 million shares. And Robert Goring owns 500,000 shares. Collectively, the top 5 shareholders own 27% of the company. And you can see where we come in. We own 16 million shares right here. This was, I'm not sure this is accurate, but this was the answer I got. Largest shareholders of AI Partnerships Corp. I don't really trust this. I think they might be confusing it with a different AI Partnerships Corp, but I don't know. So I'll read it to you. AI Partnerships Corp was acquired by Railtown in November of 2025, with AI Partnership Corp shareholders receiving shares in Railtown as part of the transaction. Therefore, the largest shareholders are now among the largest shareholders of Railtown. Exactly. But I don't know how to incorporate that. But bear in mind that we now have some larger shareholders. There's at least 5 guys who founded Railtown. And if you split that across, I don't know, 30 million shares, 25 million shares, there's on average some guys that own over 5 million shares each. But anyway, as of recent reports, the top holders of Railtown AI Technologies, individual insiders hold 27%. I think that's gone up a little. Well, the number of shares have gone up. I don't know about the percentage. Highlander Partners, LLP, a major institutional holder, with 900 shares, 900,000. Shares. Now, normally when I see a name like this that I don't recognize, I get worried about short sellers and did they buy the shares and they're shorting and all that. But let's check up on it. I have no idea. On the other hand, this Highlander Partners is obviously somebody close to the company who cannot buy additional shares until material information is released. But let's look that up in a second. And then the Vanguard Group apparently owns 613,000 shares. And of course, in part of its iteration, Vanguard and all these guys are in on the sting. But on the other hand, Vanguard is a pretty reputable firm that can accumulate. This is a buyer. Once the material information is released. And this is an interesting one. University of Texas, the Texas A&M Investment Management Co. Is this Hook 'em Horns? They have 210,000 shares. And then BlackRock down here has 107,000. So these become institutional desks that are natural buyers of additional shares once material information is released to the public. Now look down here. The acquisition was an all-share transaction valued at 25 million Canadian. This is great news. Remember, what the shorts try to do is to sell the stock price down so that AI partnerships would go to Railtown and say, hey, your 50 million shares you were offering us was worth 25 million Canadian, but now you've got the stock down to, make up the number. It's only worth half of that. So we want double the shares. That's what they try to do. Well, they were unsuccessful. They're trying to get the company, Railtown, to dilute itself by issuing more shares to get the deal done. Therefore, good news is worth half as much in the example I just gave on a per share basis, or having AI partnerships just walk away from the deal, which would cause shareholders to sell down the stock, and then the shorts could add the pressure and hopefully bury it under 5 cents a share or something. Well, it didn't happen. This is great news. The short strategy that they do with every stock failed. Now, you would ask, didn't they know it would fail? I would suggest to you that the computers, at least initially, get them into the trades without their knowledge. They set parameters on their AI algorithmic computer program computers that establish positions before eyeballs even look at it. So anyway, this is great news for us. This is absolutely fantastic news for us. Unfortunately, it doesn't show in the price yet. All right, now I want to show you something that I found, which I may have shown you before. I know I showed you one. I know I showed you one for Railtown before, but I'm not sure I showed you this before. I don't remember, but it's good to go over it again anyway. Okay. The college football playoff bracket came out, if you guys care. If you guys care. Uh-oh. Am I blocked from showing you this? No, I can show it to you. Okay. This is AI Partnerships investor deck. And they raised $2 million across 113 investors, which if you remember, in the press release of November or October, I think it was October, they announced that they had the 4 pages that was put out for vote. They said they were going to get unanimous assent amongst these investors for the merger. Now, I don't know if that's like after you get a majority, you just put through a vote, or if in fact they had to get paperwork from 113 investors. That could explain some of the delay. If they, particularly if they wanted blue ink signatures and had to use FedEx or Moose Express up in Canada. But they did raise $2 million with a group of investors for AI partnerships. So the minimum investment was puny, $250. So these 113 investors might not, each of them anyway, might not have owned a lot of stock. They passed the mini, they did reach their maxi, or they almost reached their maxi, as common shares. They valued the company at $4 million. So you could argue that Railtown wasn't worth $25 million. And I would suggest to you that is exactly why some of the negotiation took a while, and exactly why the delays might have been in there, but it also could be the reason for that complicated face saving. It's not a very tough bar, but that face saving, we can claw back some shares. I think it's worth the $25 million they paid. And remember, this is probably US dollars, so this is probably, I don't know, a $6 million valuation, $7 million pre-money. And then the $25 million is US dollars, Canadian dollars. So it gets confusing. I'm not sure that that's correct. But anyway, pre-money valuation, $4 million at 40 cents. I thought I read somewhere 15 cents. So in that calculation, well, it was 2.5 to 1. They got 2.5 shares to 1 of the value. Anyway, all right. AI Partnerships Corp. Deploying AI as a service through a worldwide affiliate network while building on artificial intelligence services giant. Sorry, that's my eyesight. While building an artificial intelligence services giant. Toronto, always a hotbed of investment. Silicon Valley, the red hot core of investment. Portland, I don't know what happens in Portland. Phoenix, College Town, and Beijing. Our idea, why invest? AI Partnership Corp aims to deploy artificial intelligence as a service through establishing a global affiliate network with the goal of building an industry-leading company in the artificial intelligence services space. These are some clever pictures that, probably generated by AI. They have vision. They're going to assist small to medium-sized enterprises in the navigation of emerging artificial intelligence technologies allowing the companies to reduce costs and remain competitive in a rapidly changing environment. Mission: build a global network of affiliates and enable the affiliates to provide AI products and services to their small and medium-sized enterprise clients and to distinguish themselves from their competitors. The strategy: dominate the AI as a service market by acquiring the affiliates and building a global AI conglomerate while creating substantial shareholder value. And they know how to do that because of their experience with um, with uh, Constellation Software. The founder and director of AI partnerships. These guys probably each own 5 million shares, I would guess. Anyway, the founder, Dr. Tom Core. I can barely read that. Let me see if I can read it from my photos here. Yeah, that's easier for me. So let me just zoom in. So Dr. Tom Core, President and CEO of Ontario Centres of Excellence for 10 years, and previously held the joint positions of President and CEO of the Accelerator Center at the Waterloo Research and Technology Park and Associate Vice President of Commercialization at the University of Waterloo. Over 30 years in the IT and investment sectors, serving as managing partner at Catalyst Partnership. He was the founder and CEO of Momentum Systems and president of Canadian Data Processing Corporation. That's Dr. Tom Core. John Ruffalo, founder of OMERS Ventures, the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System Ventures, an organization that he ran for 8 years. OMERS Ventures is the venture capital arm of the OMERS Pension Fund. During his leadership, OMERS Ventures invested over $500 million of capital in over 40 disruptive technology companies across North America. Shopify, Hootsuite, Desire to Learn, Hopper, Wattpad, and League being examples. He is co-founder of the Council of Canadian Innovators, a nonprofit organization dedicated to the ones we love, dedicated to helping high-growth Canadian technology firms scale up globally. Partner at Deloitte and member of their board of directors, previously partner at Arthur Andersen. So audit accountants do have a future. Michael Nobrega, former president and CEO of the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, OMERS, one of Canada's largest pension funds with more than 100 billion in assets under management. That's a lot for Canada. Previously served as president and CEO of OMERS' wholly owned subsidiary, an infrastructure management company. Previously chair of the board of directors of Ontario Centres of Excellence for over a decade, and he serves as a board member there since 2007. He's a tax partner at Arthur Andersen. Wow. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that that was such a great field? All right, and then you've got Patrick Horgan, who spent his entire professional career at IBM, and at the time of his retirement 5 years ago, 6 years ago, was coup. He was COO of IBM Canada. During this period, he was responsible for the successful implementation of the AI and high-performance computer initiatives with the government of Ontario. Something to coo about. He built a diversified career at IBM, holding a wide variety of leadership positions in sales, strategy, development, operations, finance, and many global leadership roles in a variety of functions. And then there is Tony Wang, founding partner of River Capital, a venture capital company with 6 billion smackers under management. River Capital has offices in Beijing and Toronto. And depending on how well he's getting along with President Xi at the time, he lives in both places. Co-founder of Toronto-based China-Canada Angels Alliance. So, you know what I read here? River Capital is a buyer, but also this Angel Alliance might have companies that come in. They know the story. Nominated as a top 10 angel investor in the Zhongguancun Technology Park, Beijing's premier innovation and research park. And some things are just purloined. The opportunity, what we aim to achieve. Toronto headquartered AI Partnerships will provide AI product services and support through its network to enterprises with a focus on mid-sized companies. They're going to focus on mid-sized, not small, who are defined as those with revenues of $10 million to $1 billion annually. So they're focused on that. Not saying they all are accomplishing that, but they're going to pick companies doing between 10 million and $1 billion worth of revenue a year, of which there are over 200,000 of such companies, mid-size enterprises in this space in the United States alone. Phase one, which I think we can assume they're already through. Their phase one is to establish a worldwide affiliate network of existing solutions integrators using the AIP brand, integrators who provide AI products and services. AIP will provide the affiliates with bullet point, AI expertise, support, and assistance in providing AI to the affiliate clients, offering access to cloud-based AI services and products. Bullet point, sales and marketing support. Bullet point, economies of scale for the AI products and services that they now market, and certification programs for affiliates. Bullet point, branding and worldwide marketing. Then phase 2 is to acquire and consolidate the affiliates into AIP, and they use the word consolidated. Maybe they've pretty much done this phase 2 stage, but it clearly is an ongoing thing. Anyway, they're going to acquire and consolidate the affiliates into AIP at a time when the consolidated revenues of the acquired affiliates equals approximately 100 million. Well, they have done that. That's why they used the past tense. So they've fulfilled phase 1 and phase 2, although they're probably both ongoing. Bullet point, affiliates, typically privately held companies, are valued at 1 to 2 times revenues. The acquisition of affiliates, 100 to 200 million. The valuation as AI as a service companies based upon 2020 index averages is 11 times revenues. The 100 million in revenues, in other words, this is what they intended to do, and they did do, but they wanted to create a network and then acquire 100 million in revenue. And then that 100 million in revenues will therefore create 1 billion of incremental value in AIP as a publicly traded company. In other words, they were going to spend 1 to 2 times 100 million to roll these up. And then when they go public at 11x, it's worth $1 billion. Obviously, these numbers have changed. I don't know how much, and it'd be interesting to find out. But the multiples are much higher publicly for AI companies, but maybe they haven't gone that much higher for software companies. So that's something we'll find out. Once they achieve phase 2, they'll discontinue the affiliate program and focus on internal growth and continued acquisitions and improving financial performance through economies of scale. Obviously, all of this is now the business plan of Railtown. So the problem, small to medium-sized businesses typically do not have the resources or skills to implement artificial intelligence, leaving them at a competitive and at a cost disadvantage to their larger competitors. The solution providers that typically serve small to medium-sized enterprises do not have the resources to address the AI opportunities as their SME clients. So resources, companies have limited resources, so it makes them hesitant to consider major investments in their products. Data reorganization, all the data must be reorganized to begin the AI process, which can be time consuming, and it could be something that dissuades these AI companies from doing so. Leadership lacks the understanding of AI, sounds like me, and its long-term benefits, so it kind of limits company adoption of AI. Talent, significant costs in attracting and training talent in order to develop internal projects, and then commercialization, lack of the ability to commercialize AI for a whole, obvious reasons. The solutions. AIP will provide centralized resources, support, and expertise to our affiliate network members, allowing them to cost-effectively implement AI solutions for their clients. Typical affiliates will have the following characteristics. Bullet point: $500,000 to $10 million in revenues with an average of 100 clients. So they're targeting the lower end of that previous announced range. So they'll have $500,000 to $10 million in revenues with an average of 100 end users. Bullet: support third-party software applications. Bullet: there'll be small and medium-sized enterprises or they'll use their clients are small and medium-sized enterprises who outsource their IT support to them. So their end users turn to these companies for their technology support. Bullet: limited sales and marketing budgets. Bullet: do not have the resources or expertise to directly enter the AI market. Bullet: regionally focused. Bullet: lack an attractive exit strategy for their shareholders. The AIP affiliate model allows solutions integrators to more readily and cost-effectively enter the AI market in order to serve their SME clients. AIP facilitates this opportunity by providing affiliates resources. So they give access to resources on a pay-per-use basis, which eliminates significant upfront fixed costs and allows the network affiliates to have access to the same AI capabilities as their larger competitors and their end users. Data, it gives access to data. It gives ability to allow the small to medium enterprises to scale anywhere at whatever speeds with remotely hosted operations. They'll offer leadership, provide the expertise, tools, access to AI talent, and resources to support the implementation of AI, and then talent. This will eliminate the need for the small and medium-sized enterprises to hire software engineers, as the affiliates will have access to the resources which allow SMEs to outsource their AI in a matter of weeks rather than years. And then the commercialization is the final solution that they offer. It gives a focus on supporting the enterprise clients and assists the enterprise clients in determining their rate of return on investment from implementing AI. So the advantages of the affiliate network. One, the affiliate economic advantages. Number one, AIP is establishing reseller relationships with the affiliates, which the affiliates could not economically enter into with vendors because of their relatively low purchase volumes. Two, products and services are resold to affiliates with AIP providing high-level support and expertise on the products and services. Three, affiliates gain by having access to a rich cadre of AIP products and services supported by AIP to provide to their enterprise clients. Four, affiliates provide the products and services to their enterprise clients at market rates, which will provide the affiliates with significant margins of profit. Five, affiliates will continue to maintain their own relationship with their end user clients and charge those clients directly for the AIP products and services which are provided to them by AIP. The AIP corporate economic opportunities. Margins on the sale of products, services, and support provided to the affiliates for sale to their clients. So that's an unfinished thought, but my guess it means they're going to have significant margins on the products they sell to the affiliates. They're going to provide affiliates with fee-based technical services. Again, I assume at a high margin. They're going to provide AIP consulting to affiliate clients. And they're going to provide fee-based marketing services to the affiliate network. Again, Railtown's now the parent company of this subsidiary. What is the competition? What is the industry landscape? According to Forrester Research, the AI market of $16 billion 7 years ago will reach $190 billion in US dollars by 2025. According to Forrester Research, the AI market will reach 190 billion US by this year, 2025. And Forrester Research reported that companies using AI to discover new business insights will garner $1.2 trillion from their less informed peers by 2021. International Data Corporation reported that 75% of commercial enterprises will use AI by 4 years ago. So AIP and their network affiliates will take advantage of this growth. One, they see this market as being underserved. The opportunity to provide AI products and services to enterprises is underserved, as the enterprises do not have the budget to engage with existing large consulting organizations. This is so close to the Constellation software model for the same reason. Two, they're going to take advantage of cost inequities. Large international consulting service providers cannot profitably provide AI services to the small and medium-sized enterprises because of a high delivery and operating cost structure. So AIP steps in. Number three, these independent network affiliates operating as solution integrators will face challenges to compete with larger integrators without AIP resources. Four, the network affiliates and their small to medium-sized enterprise clients will wish to continue their existing solution integrators and integrations who are currently supporting their existing IT system. So in other words, AIP is not going to require that they move on from their existing relationships. Five, first to market. Artificial intelligence is in the early stages of adoption, and because of this, provides an opportunity to capture smaller projects, less than 300,000, at the small to medium-sized enterprises and at large companies who are taking their first steps with artificial intelligence. So by being first to market and being able to go after some of the smaller projects and then roll the collective up into a larger entity, they can be first to market at these earlier stages. I guess that's what that means. Six, personal touch. These smaller, medium-sized enterprises prefer to engage with smaller AI providers who respond, specialize, and provide services at a lower cost. And then finally, number seven, the marketing budget. Down in this smaller area of companies, there's less competition. But on the other hand, the smaller end users have reduced marketing budgets, and they may or may not be able to afford the brand name affiliation that others may or may not provide, but AIP will be able to make that available cost effectively. All right, the money, the current financing, and they entered into a funding agreement with River Capital. That may or may not have actually occurred, but obviously River Capital has over $6 billion to invest. This is an obvious place for Railtown to go maybe get a strategic investment. The use of the Maxi, the $2 million, a marketing program and development, that's $500,000. They are creating a proprietary software platform, which is good, and it probably tied the network together, but it probably is now made redundant by the much better platform at Conductor, or it's just incorporated into the Conductor platform. They spent $250 on that. And then they have a marketing and advertising program, which I bet they haven't spent all of that because they've been in this acquisition phase. And then management and administration, if they spent $500,000 on that, they did not get their money's worth. But anyway, it's easy for the peanut gallery to suggest that. All right, so during phase one, AIP will have a number of revenue streams. Remember, these revenue streams now go to Railtown. They get revenue from AI products, third-party software, cloud-based platforms, consulting to the affiliates and to the end users. And then they'll also get fees from marketing services, setup fees, training fees, and fees on advertising revenue. The revenues that will be generated by AIP from the affiliates during phase one will primarily be a factor of the number of affiliates, that's 200 by now, that join AIP, the time frame of their joining, and the number of AI products which those affiliates undertake, the size of those projects, and the time frame before the products go into production. And then the phase one key milestones. This all transfers now to Railtown. Look, I'm not going to read every one of these, but I do call your attention to the middle one. Now, I would say this has been delayed. It looks like it was implemented, but this may have continued. But I would suggest to you that this is a pretty fair number to use going forward. Affiliate agreements executed per quarter. In 2022, 10 per quarter. Well, they may have continued that this year. But I think it's a pretty good starting point for what they'll do next year and the year after that. Upon completion of the IPO, which didn't happen, AIP will discontinue this program, then acquire selected affiliates in phase two. Let's go get phase two. Let's go get phase two. Boom, boom, boom. It's only 3 more slides. Then you can go back to football. All right. Okay, phase two. Discussions underway with a large international investment bank to facilitate an IPO. Well, guess what? They didn't. But I bet that bank's still interested. Sorry. The amount of funding raised will be a function of the cost of the affiliate acquisitions and the ongoing funding requirements of AIP. All right. And then they'll execute acquisition and consolidation plan. That is the roll-up plan. And that'll be funded by the publicly traded shares. Well, guess what? By rolling into Railtown, they now have publicly traded shares. Unfortunately, through circumstances, the shares still trade at a diminished stock price. So we'll have to wait till they're worth I think $5 or more a share. And then the goal will be of acquiring approximately 50 affiliates with a combined revenues of 100 million. Let's use that number. I think it's going to be low now, but let's use that number now in our calculations of forward revenue. Let's just assume, because it's in their investor deck, that they will acquire 50 affiliates with combined revenue. I think this is low, but let's use it. Combined revenue of 100 million. That gives us something to work with. And remember, when this becomes clear, it's the forward 100 million that gets the valuation in the current marketplace. And of course, the risk of this delay is the capital markets can close essentially overnight. All right, what's the exit strategy? There are three. One, liquidity by a strategic sale to another company. That's the one they took. AIP could go public. Well, they are public now. AIP focuses on growth and distributes dividends to investors. That is really interesting. Right there, that becomes a business plan for Railtown. Let me read that to you again. AIP focuses on growth and distributes dividends to investors. That is powerful, particularly if they're able to replicate even part of Constellation Software's success. And then down here, all three of these are possible outcomes. So they already did number one. Maybe they could make some dividends, or they make an application now that they're a division of Railtown. Maybe in a year or 2 years, AIP goes public as a separate company. I don't know. It's hard to understand how this business plan will be translated to Railtown, but it's pretty excitement. All three are possible outcomes for AIP. However, because AIP is in its startup phase, there's no interest. Well, now it happened. Here's the highlights for the investment. Let's just go through them quickly. They already raised this money, but it helps you understand the value of this acquisition. One, well-known founders and management team with 100 years of proven experience in international technology companies, building of international technology companies, and in corporate finance. And this is an allusion to Constellation Software. Also with experience in the successful execution of business models similar to that of AIP. Bravo. Number two, it's a way of investing in software as a solution, which is a high growth technology sector with a focus on artificial intelligence as a solution, which is one of the fastest growing segments of software. Three, acquire and consolidate model. That's a roll-up model. Acquire and consolidate to aggressively scale the organization at a lower risk than corporately funded internal growth. Speaks for itself. 4, liquidity for investors through the planned offering of publicly traded AIP shares. Well, I guess that'll be Railtown now. 5, leverage AI platforms and resources of key vendors such as Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and IBM. Could Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and IBM be buyers? Who knows? Establishes goodwill and economies of scale. And they are agnostic to the vendor. They will provide the best solutions to meet the needs of their end users. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Goal of creating $1 billion valuation in 2 years. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, it's 3:30. I have to leave at 5:30. No, yeah, 5:30. So I guess I still have time to go through this. Let's go to some of your comments. Jacqueline, I would sell 4,000 or a little more. Louis Shotland, I have 4,300 at AST and good sell. Steve says, don't care about college sports either, except women's softball is fun to watch. I used to play softball. It is fun to watch in general. You know, you guys that want to sell, just send everything to me, fairandbalanced@gmail. And if that gentleman sends his offer to me, I can connect everybody, fairandbalanced@gmail. And maybe we can create an informal market. I'm not going to get paid for it, but I'm glad to facilitate that. Hey, Silver Sky Rocket Sat Flight. Ward Richardson. William, great info put out here today. Thanks for explaining the Ford 7. Yeah, thanks for being you. All right, I want to shift gears slightly. And describe best I can. I want to describe to you a concept. And I know from having majored in economics, complete waste of time, although it does help you think. And I think it has value in this world. But unless you want to go on and get a PhD in econometrics, lordy, lordy. Accounting would have been better. It might have helped my sense of humor. I could have learned to laugh at jokes that no one laughs at. But I remember how difficult it was. I took cost accounting too. And one other accounting class, 2 accounting classes, nightmare. I was not made for accounting. I couldn't even line up my numbers in a straight row. Although now with computers, I bet I could. I guess I could have learned that. One thing I learned about accounting is just because numbers are on a page doesn't mean they're telling you the truth. There's a lot of theory in accounting, which means there's a lot of room to manipulate, well, room to massage the information into a message which you want your audience to see and hear. It's kind of true of everything nowadays. When I took cost accounting, I think that was the class, I got an A in it, which is surprising because it wasn't my focus. And anyway, the key thing is I understood the graphs. I got them. But so many people in Econ 101 with the most popular professor on the East Coast, Alan Sanderson, they couldn't get the graphs. And so it occurred to me that you guys don't understand, some of you may not understand, and this is not an insult. It's just a hard concept to get. Once you get it, it's like speaking French. I'm sure you're good at it. But, you know, I can't speak French, and I studied it for 4 years. Are the Redskins scoring a goal? There's a lot of cheering going on. They're really cheering. Let me see if there's a Redskins score. The Jaguars are winning. The Commanders are losing 31-0. So what's the cheering going on about? The Lions are beating the Cowboys. The Titans, whoever they are beating the Broncos. It's a lot of stuff to follow. So anyway, here's what's going on with Railtown. We know now that there's 225 million shares fully diluted. There's 194 million shares issued and outstanding. And there's approximately, let's call it 44 million of those shares, which are restricted, at least for the time being. So that brings us down to 150 million shares. And then of that 150, according to Yahoo, and maybe I should use OTC markets. That's what I'll use, OTC markets. I don't know if the Canadian Stock Exchange shows the float. I just want to get the float. Okay, so OTC market shows outstanding shares as 194,146,000. So they are up to date. And they show the float of 104 million shares. $435,447. So the float is 104 million shares, roughly. The top 5 shareholders own. See, I don't know if that's going to be in the float number. That's the problem. I don't know if they're counting the 27% held by the insiders. That's probably the restricted shares. It's hard to know. Anyway, we have 104 million shares in the float. We know from Tom Ronk's data, and of course, I don't know what it really means at the end of the day, that something like 50 to 60 million shares took advantage of the Reg Show exemption. In other words, they were sold without a locate. Those shares may or may not be crossed, but those numbers are for the United States only. It's not for Canada. We don't know what was shorted in Canada. I do understand that there's something like 30 to 40 to 60 million, and I'm sorry, that's a wide range, of shares which have been purchased sort of close to Canaccord and apparently one broker or set of brokers in the open market. So it's my understanding that something like 60 million shares out of that 104 are closely held and have no intention of selling. Now, where does the 27% enter into that? Well, obviously, if that's included in the float, you add it there, but I don't know that it is. We have 16 million shares. I've heard of somebody on the West Coast that accumulated 10 million shares or is trying to. My point is that of the 100 million shares plus in the float, quite a bit of it's locked up. I've been told that all of it is, I just can't recreate it for you. I don't have enough data to recreate how it breaks down. But I've been told that the number of shares held by people who do not intend to sell, and I'm including you in it, is more than that 104 million. But I have a hard time, I can't find the data to prove that to you. But it doesn't matter. We can just accept that as something that I've been told. And then we can try to understand, where is all this volume coming from of selling for the last 10 months? According to Tom Ronk's numbers of 90 days ago, 52 million shares were sold that didn't exist in the United States. Now, that doesn't adjust for arbitrage or for some sort of netting out of the dark pools. But, you know, we got to go with what we have. Anyway, during the last 10 months, 11 months, these companies such as BlackRock, Texas A&M Management Co., Vanguard Group, Highlander Partners, who already own the company according to Google, I don't know if it's true, others like that I showed you the other day, they can't buy. So in this market where wealth advisors and stockbrokers can't recommend stocks under $5, and it's basically 4 large brokerage firms in the United States, and then there's, you know, something like 125 registered reps, I think, outside of that. But they, as a general rule, cannot recommend buying a stock under $5. So all of that buying is absent. Institutions in the United States, and probably Canada, for the most part, are not going to even look at a stock under $5 or $7 or $10, under $1 billion. It's just not worth their time. All of that buying is gone. For the last 10 or 11 months, anybody closely associated to material information with money as it relates to AIP, the 200 companies in AIP, Omers, Mavericks, and these companies, and Canaccord Genuity and Railtown, they haven't been able to buy because there's a blockage because material inside information isn't disclosed, and it's been held up while the AIP deal closed. We can discuss the reasons why I've offended enough people with my thoughts on it, so I'll from now on keep my thoughts to myself. But for those who are offended, I'm just trying to read the lay of the land. And I got it right for August. My other predictions weren't very good. So I'm just trying to read tea leaves. And if I have to be woke and read data so it doesn't hurt anybody's feelings, well, then my results are going to be wrong. But then again, my results for the last, since June, have been wrong. So my reading of the lay of the land hasn't been very good. So anyway, there's a concept of supply and demand, and it's very hard to understand. On the other hand, once you get it, it's pretty easy. Here's basically the graph. On the bottom, I think I can't remember now. I think that's the y-axis and this is the x-axis. I'm shocked at myself. I used to have to draw these all the time. But you have quantity on the bottom, and you have supply and price calculated here. So one graph is supply of shares, and the other graph is demand. So obviously, if you start in the corner on the left, the supply is very low. And as you go up, the supply is higher. Same with the demand curve. As the price, now this is in reverse, as demand is higher than supply here on the left, the price goes up. Anyway, let me show you that. Here's the other example. If you take the quantity vertically from E, you see E in the middle of this, and you draw a line down vertically to quantity, that's Q1. If you increase the quantity, because as you go to the right, the quantity increases, that's Q2. Well, or just Q and Q1 if you want to call it that. But the E stands for equilibrium. The equilibrium price, which is calculated over here on the left, goes down as supply is increased and demand stays the same. But imagine a world after retail does its buying and demand therefore goes down. And supply increases. But anyway, you can see what happens as demand remains constant. The curve for demand remains constant. And supply is increased. E1, the price comes down. Let me show it to you a different way. Here is the calculation of price, P1, based on a supply curve 1 and a demand curve 1. What could that demand curve be? It could be retail buying. It could be institutional buying. It could be insider buying. And then all of a sudden, they sign an MOU to acquire AI Partners through an LOI, which will be issued in 3 or 4 weeks. And they sign up the worst short selling brokerage firm in Canada by some people's measure, Canaccord Genuity, as an exclusive agent. Well, what happens is all of a sudden institutional buying and insider buying goes down. So the demand curve shifts from D1 to D2. Demand declines. And in the stock market, it's kind of weird. As the price declines, a lot of investors stop buying. So demand declining feeds on itself a little bit. But anyway, because of the acquisition and this period of time, demand has declined. But what do the computers do? Well, the computers read MOU, they read LOI, They read Canaccord, they read acquisition, they read come to a final negotiation in a few weeks, and the non-feeling automatic program selling commences. And so supply increases. So you have a double whammy of demand going down, which normally, do you see this X between P1 and P2? So your first price, let's give it a number, was 60 cents. And P2 is 30 cents. Well, there's an X in between here at, let's say, 45 cents. That would be simply caused by the D1, demand one, going down and supply staying the same. But supply gets increased by the computers. So demand falls, supply increases, in fact, in an unlimited way. But so not only do you get a reduction in price because demand decreases, you get a reduction in price because the amount of shares on offer, even though they're fake, increases. So you go from P1 to P2. And it has nothing to do with fundamentals. It has nothing to do with fundamentals. In fact, the reason demand goes down is because the company is adding to its fundamentals. If we use the data they provided in their presentation, they're going to end up rolling up 50 companies for $100 million, and they're going to do it at 2x. They're going to create $1 billion worth of value according to their plan. We don't know. But the point is, the acquisition is going to be accretive. It's going to be good. But because of laws and regulations and the rules of disclosure, and because of material information being known by a cadre of insiders, demand goes down because they're not allowed to buy. But the news is good. But supply goes up artificially because it's just computers pressing their bet. So price collapses. I know it's a little much to absorb, and it's not like I'm doing the best job explaining it. Here's a simple curve, which is actually a curve instead of, because there's these terms like marginal propensity to consume and what's the other one? It's called I can't remember the name right now, but people's demand for a good doesn't stay the same as the price goes up, unless it's insulin or, in my case, the price for gout medicine. I would pay whatever it costs just to have the medicine. I assume that's the same case for people who have pre-AIDS. They need to get their medicine. But in general, unless it's, oxygen or clean water or insulin, as the price goes up, people's propensity to consume goes down, or vice versa. But here's an example, which I think's going to come. The dotted line is the demand case number one. The current demand case for Railtown shares is D1, because the only demand for Railtown shares in Canada is a few of you guys and girls who listen to me, maybe a few of you who listen to Lavender, a few of you who listen to Patient Swings. But there's no research. Canaccord is the only investment bank who knows the story, and they're in the restricted phase. The material information, for example, what is the revenue sharing agreement with TELUS, has not been released. So these big potential buyers, possibly Highlander Partners, Vanguard Group, Texas A&M Management Co., BlackRock, others, they can't buy. So demand is artificially maybe, but it's low right now. Well, what happens initially, supply will probably continue to be provided by the computers and possibly slightly, that's why it turns upward, by current shareholders, who knows? People that think this stock is just like any other stock and phew, I got my money back. You might see some of that because that plays into what the shorts are doing. But anyway, supply, if we assume it stays essentially at the same level, if and when research comes out, there could be a jump in demand, maybe with a lag, but it could be. Or if the material information comes out such that, let's call it the University of Texas, Texas A&M management wants to increase their position from 200 million to 2 million, demand will go up. So you'll see price go from P1 to P2. In a normal situation, as supply is provided, there's less of it. Same with demand. As demand is sated, there's less of it on a trend. But with the computers, they just keep it up. But they won't. They won't here. Let me try to explain this one. Kind of annoying that I can't remember all the terms. But you got price, I think, on the x-axis, quantity, I think, on the y-axis. If I'm wrong, just flip it around. And you've got your equilibrium price where demand meets supply. If prices go higher, you have a surplus. If everything's static, you have a surplus of product, of whatever. Well, how would this work? Yeah. This is shortage and this is supply. I got to think of what it's telling you. It's basically telling you if demand goes up, well, you can't look at both at the same time. If supply goes up and demand stays the same, you're going to have this surplus, and vice versa. I'm going to leave it at that because I'm having a hard time explaining it, and I don't want to confuse you. Here's maybe a better example. If demand stays the same or is reduced, and the computers create supply, your equilibrium price, if you look at this arrow here, goes down. And the key thing I'm trying to get across in our case, demand has overall remained the same or gone down, but supply gets increased, not for fundamental reasons, just for computerized trading. And it gets self-fulfilling in the market. As prices go down, our emotions get involved, and we say, oh my gosh, the price is telling me something. Oh my gosh, this is just like GTII. Oh my gosh, Ham talked about G-Bucks on William's channel, so Railtown must be the same. It's just natural. It's not stupid, it's just natural. So as it goes down, we increase some of us sell, we increase supply, and the price goes down. I think this surplus is, you can't look at both curves at the same time. If you look at one at a time, you can create that surplus and that shortage. Obviously, as demand comes down this curve, in other words, it increases. As demand increases in quantity, which is down the curve, but the price remains where it is here at equilibrium, as demand crosses this supply curve, the shortages appear, and vice versa. As supply increases with demand staying the same, you get into this surplus. You either see that or you don't. It's not, I don't find that chart helping you at all. This chart is what I expect to happen. As soon as research comes out, as soon as material news comes out, demand is going to increase. Supply will most likely shift to the left. So not only will demand go up, supply will be reduced. But at a minimum, you're going to see price go up as demand goes up. And I know that's simplistic, so let's just leave it there. And let me see what else I wanted to go over with you. Oh, I wanted to go over the team at AIP, and we can do it quickly because I've already read some of it to you. But this is a valuable acquisition. So it starts with, nope, doesn't start there. Starts here. It starts with Michael Norbrega. He's the former president and CEO of the Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System, OMERS. 100 billion in management. And then Dr. Tom Kaur, who has a lot of credits we already read. They are on the board. These guys are on the board of Railtown. And then Patrick Horgan, we already read his IBM experience. And this comment here is new. John Ruffalo, founder and managing partner of Mavericks Private Equity. So Mavericks Private Equity and OMERS, for that matter, he's the founder of OMERS Ventures. These two right now can't buy Railtown, but maybe they will. Maybe they will. So those are the founders. He's on an advisory board, not on the board of the company directly. And then you have advisors. Ray Tanqueray, you knock men down like Roger Moore. Upstairs. I can't remember the words. I used to know them. Rial Ray Tanqueray, Tanguay, a former Toyota executive. He's received the Order of Canada and the Order of the Rising Sun. And he spends a lot of his time down in New Orleans. Because, Mama, I know I'm one. Anyway, he's Toyota. Here's Cameron Schuler from the Vector Institute, executive director of Amy, machine learning and AI groups, finance, business products, and development. These are good group of gents. Then you've got Ten Zalowski. He's a serial entrepreneur, angel investor, mentor, researcher, educator. He's done a lot in IT. Keith Thomas, done a lot of work in US, Latin America, Europe, and Australia. University of Toronto. He's got experience financing companies. And he was CEO of Vive. Sherry Shannon Vanstone, a formidable board member. She's a serial tech entrepreneur, angel investor, and she's a builder of high-performing teams. She's led successful startups to their exit in Silicon Valley and in the Toronto Waterloo Tech Corridor. I wonder how many. I wonder how it gets its name, Corridor. She is the founder, president, and CEO of Profound Impact, a data analytical firm that it leverages AI to match funding with academic and corporate researchers. And then their leadership, Dr. Tom Core, they didn't put it here, but I guess the point is he's the CEO. Not that it matters now. And then Gary Chen is the CTO. He was a founding manager partner at Procast Consulting, building their IT, Canada, United States, and China. He's a tech entrepreneur and founder of companies in fintech and software as a service sectors. Sounds pretty good. There's Mark Ellington, CFO and founder of Moby, a Toronto-based educational toy company. Which designs and sells high-quality toys in the educational area. He also can't get a joke as a former auditor of Deloitte Private, and his clients range from software to real estate. And then you have Stephen Cuthro. He was a director of mergers and acquisitions, an expertise that's surely going to help as they roll up companies at US Web. And he was responsible for the acquisition of US Web affiliates, rolling up US Web affiliates. This allowed US Web to go public, creating a company with a run rate of $1 billion in revenues and $3 billion in valuation. Pretty good skill set. And then we have Bob Albert. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. He's a former director of franchise development, US Web. Anyway, he did a bunch of they created a network of 50 affiliates. Sounds like his skill level is important. Dorian Marquez, former sales and marketing representative for Beam On Technology, Apex Leadership, and Naver Brands. And he's been client-facing. And then we have Nicholas Kroenke. He's got 8 years experience in partnerships, marketing, and business development. And he's built brands, and he's going to get some more seasoning. All right, we went through that, and it's 4:13. I have one more thing that's easily accessible. What does buying come in for Railtown? Here's my little cheat sheet. This is just mine. You can create your own. When they closed the AIP partnership, well, yes, except was that the only material inside information, or just call it material information? My estimate, as you recall, once they closed it, that the stock would be so-so, flat. Well, next up maybe would be some release of other material information I'm going to guess that when TELUS puts out more information, they're going to do it in a very comfortable way, and it's going to, feel good but not say very much. So I'm going to guess that it increases the price of the stock initially, maybe up to 15 cents. There might be other material information. I mean, obviously, they've been working on something for 10 months. I'm just guessing it'll be flat simply because I don't know what it is. And in the past, when they've announced material information, it doesn't include revenues. But these are two areas of upside. And by the way, I could be really low on what this could do. If TELUS came out and it's, a home run in terms of its announcement, you could see the stock up $1. If they have some other deal out there, other than TELUS, another data center. Canada's full of data centers and polar bears. That could be a lot higher. Anyway, a company deck, a company investor deck. Well, they already presented one. So far, it's not so much that I predicted this. It's just so far that hasn't had much effect. But what if they get out a company deck which they distribute widely, like they put it on their website, they file it with the regulators so it's on their website, they distribute it far and wide, they have Zoom calls. I think initially, remember my estimate here, is the initial impact over the first few days or a week. I think that could get the stock up 25 cents. As that updated and widely distributed deck gives its full effect, I think it could add $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6 a share. But I'm just saying the initial impact. But it'll be very important. That'll become a huge benefit to the share price when they have an updated deck which describes revenues, at least in theory, and is widely distributed. And then, of course, we come to revenue projections. I have no idea. If they put out a series of revenue announcements, but they don't include revenue, my guess is it doesn't do much. The Uniserve announcement I thought was great, didn't do anything. The AIP acquisition, which I think is brilliant, hasn't done much. Is digital important or not? I don't know. But I thought it could lead to a lot. So I would submit to you, if revenue is projected without actual revenue projections, in other words, they come out with a revenue deal and another one that says, hey, we linked up with Taco Bell and it's going to be a warm relationship because we can use caribou instead of beef for our tacos, and we can create an educational program out of Bolivia or something. Well, the stock's not going to go up. But if they can come out and say this is going to lead to 10 million in revenue, that will make the stock go up, I think. But my guess is that any revenue announcements or deals that they announce will not include revenue. So I put a question mark here. Again, this is for the short run. This is not once the story is well known, once the story is bought into, this is just in the short run, very short run. The next week, next 2 weeks, next 3 weeks, 4 weeks. These are not long-term numbers that I have here. As the revenue projections come out and are incorporated into trading desks and research reports, the next point, it'll get easier and easier. But the lift is pretty hard. Just sort of, hey, we made a deal, announcements aren't going to make the stock go up by January 15th or by the end of the year. But research. What if the company starts making revenue projections to research analysts, not to us? Well, if Capital Research gets their report out in the next week or so, I think it could be worth 25 cents, up to 25 cents a share. But last time it didn't do much. But I don't think they have huge following. But it's good. And I'll be excited to read it to you. But what if they get multiple research reports out before Christmas, before Hanukkah, before Kwanzaa? Before the new year? I think multiple could get the stock up 50 cents. Again, this is just short run reaction. I think a lot of the newer institutions, new to the story, they're going to be on vacay. And the people manning the desk are not going to be senior enough to establish a new position. So I think research will have a meaningful impact if it comes out, but really not that much. If we go through my numbers here, let's call that 10 cents. Let's say a new deck, let's call it 10 cents. Let's say Capital Research, call it 10 cents. Multiple, let's call it 20 cents. So let's say cumulatively by Christmas, maybe, and I'm being conservative, maybe it adds 50 cents to this price. It's an 80-cent stock. But it could add more. It could be $1.25, $1.25, $1.50. But unfortunately, we're running into Christmas time. Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, other time for holidays. Any news, as I've described, similar to revenue projections, I expect will be fluff pieces that do not include projections. So it'll slowly build a story, and it could be very exciting, but most of those news stories will just meet a ho-hum until the end of the year, until the middle of January, I think. If the stock gets over $1, I think it'll still be that slog to get it to 2. So if it's over $1, they'll try to pull it back, maybe, or they're gone. I don't know. But I think once it gets to $1, it'll roughly stay there, 80 cents, $1.20. But I'm not sure it's going to have a huge run after that. Once it gets over $2, that's a little harder to call, because $2 in some brokerage firm accounts, you can start to margin your shares. So there could be more buying. But I'm going to still assume, every 2 steps forward in price, it'll be half a step back, be a bit of a slog. $3, I would argue that maybe, just maybe, some institutions or family offices can start to look at it, but it's an unknowable. Same with $4. It's just unknowable. I'm talking US dollars here, by the way. Over $5, I think the stock could go up $5 very quickly. Why? If it gets to $556 and there's research and there's revenue and there's an institutional deck, some of these institutions will come in, they won't care. They'll buy it up to $10, $15. So that's an exciting goal. Now, in these lower prices, over $1, over $2, maybe Mavericks comes in, maybe Omers comes in, maybe the Highlander Partners comes in because they have an existing position, or maybe the University of Texas A&M comes in. So these are all good milestones that should have a positive effect. But for my short-term goals, unfortunately, cautiously, they're not that high. But we could get breakthroughs. We could get breakthroughs here. We could get a breakthrough in material information. We could get a breakthrough in research or revenue projections. So there are spaces. All you need is one buyer, like a Mavericks, and you've got a $1, $2 stock. Supply could be recently affected by real selling, in the sense that people just got tired of it. They got feared out of it. Or the calendar. I don't want to hold it past December. It could be. There also could be, as Lavender pointed out, who I think is Neil. I don't know, but similar handles. It's a possibility there were some shares sold in order to pay for the warrant exercises. But that should be over now for December. But maybe not. There might be some overhang there. I doubt it, but you have to respect the possibility. And then we now have 10% or even 15% of the Railtown shares issued to AIP available. Not all of it. The insiders can't sell. They have their own set of rules. They're not allowed to sell. And in fact, nobody, until material information is released, of any size, is likely allowed to sell. Maybe some of the smaller positions don't have a clue, and they can go, in other words, the people that know material information will know who they are. They're going to have a added reason they can't sell. But anyway, for the rest of the year, there may be some supply of real shares for people that are just sick of it, and they figure the fact that the company couldn't get the acquisition finished by now and get material information by now just really reflects poorly on leadership and really exposes the company to enormous technological obsolescence, because in the software AI space, there's such an acceleration of knowledgeable and better technology teams. Some people might just say, screw it. I'm tired of waiting. The calendar's enough for me to make my decision. It's been a year. If these guys were any good, the stock price would be up, and it's not. And that's my decision. And so that you could see some of that. You could see some tax loss selling. You could see as Lavender points out, you could see a little bit of selling just to take advantage of the warrants. Very rational decision making. You could see some of the smaller AIP investors who got in on a pig and a poke a year ago, whenever that deal was closed that I just read to you. You could see some of that. And you could see more selling on behalf of the short teams who can cheat and break the law just to improve their performance for their year-end reports. So there's all of that. But remember, on the buy side, what I just showed you, there are some triggers. And cautiously, I think it's worth 30 to 50 cents a share to the upside. It could be worth a lot more. We'll find out. I think to the extent institutions put in bids, it could cause the short selling to dry up. We'll also find that out. What works against us is the holiday season and the team. There's going to be ghost teams at all the institutions and at the brokerage firm. Any broker doing big numbers, they're going to be on vacation. She's going to take her family for a break. She might take her family to Africa to help donate money for the empowerment of women in Africa. I know one major top producer, and she does that every year. It's a great thing she does, giving back. So, buyers aren't going to be around, not because the fundamentals suck, but because they got other things to do. It's holiday time. But another good thing, finally, and I'll look at the one comment that came, finally, is a lot of the news and research and updated corporate deck and revenue projections. I think a lot of that has to come before the annual meeting. So I think there's going to be an intensity over the next few days, basically until December 17th, which could be very helpful to us. And I'm going to leave it. Well, let me just see if there was something else, because I don't think there is. But let me just check. I don't really. There were some other things. I don't really want to go over them. It looks like I only have one comment left. So I may take the opportunity to. Hey, Jeff Schultz says this stock should take off soon. Look, I agree, but that's the flip side of my reaction yesterday to PJ. Guys and girls, I really don't want you to see Railtown as if it were another manipulated stock. I really don't. I don't want you to see it as a takeoff or as hoping it doesn't do the same thing as one of the other companies. I see both cases. I mean, I see that for example, with the data logic, everything was there for that thing to work, except that the board listened to the attorneys and listened to Chadron and Aubrey advisors, and just with one decision, which they re-upped a couple of times, they just greased the way for Aubrey advisors' client Polar, in my judgment, to steal the entire market cap, $200 million. And so I get it that we can't control the decision of management. They might do one of those toxic deals. But I think the evidence is there. They not only have they not done it, they're not going to have to. And I tried to show you that. But I get the other side of the argument that, well, there's a huge short position, and as soon as news and buyers come in, it's going to take off and it's going to zoom up. Well, I agree with you. I think it's going to go to $5 fairly quickly. I would guess going from 50 cents to $5 could take 6 to 8 weeks, but it could be sooner. The weird thing is, once it gets to over $5, I think it goes into the teens in a week. But what I don't want you thinking, Jeff, or anybody, and I'm not picking on anybody, is I don't want you thinking it's a hot stock like G-Bucks was. If you listen to G-Bucks, it went to 12, came back to 8, and the message was it's going to 150. Well, it's at 10 cents. That's because these guys, and I'm not blaming any one person, we're all part of a big mosaic, and not, different motives, different intentions, but collectively this is what happens, and collectively is what the system takes advantage of. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, G-Bucks was set up just like one of those stock pools to get it to run, and people that get in early and are professional and understand this, time after time after time, if you got early and just took your profit, and just if you missed more profit, let it go. Just be glad you took a profit, and you do it each time. That's how to play these things. But the rest of us, including me, go, oh, it's going to go to 150. Ham said so. Well, I mean, I did that with Vocal. I called him up. I said, this merger doesn't. No, it's happening. It's happening. I just talked to so and so and so and so and so and so. It's going to happen. Hang on, and the stock's going to squeeze. Well, look, I don't think his intention is wrong. I just think at some point you have to question whether that Wall Street collectively is going to allow itself these kind of losses, and I don't think so anymore. All right, it's 4:30. That's my effort for Sunday. It's Pearl Harbor Day. We have to remember the people that died there in our prayers and thoughts. And let's pray for peace. And I pray that all of you have a good Sunday. So thanks for watching. I hope there was some help. Cheers.